Chapter 2374. There had always been battles in the pugilistic world where people fought with their lives, but this had never been seen before. Such calmness, such indifference, such silence, such a method of mutual destruction. And, "I'll die first. As long as you die, it doesn't matter even if I die first." This was no longer a fugitive in the ordinary sense. It was a standard death warrior. "You're clearly so young, and you don't want to live anymore. What do I have to fear at such an old age?" Chi Ñuño shouted angrily, but he was a little cowardly at heart. The other party didn't want to live anymore at such a young age. It was really very strange. But at such an old age, he still cherished this old life very much, very much. Gu Duxing's expression was unchanged. He only snorted coldly and still didn't say a word. But the black dragon sword in his hand rose, and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Both sides exchanged blows, and their attacks became more and more frenzied. The defense between them became less and less. Most of them used offense as defense. The situation fell into a stalemate again, but Chi Ñuño became more and more anxious. The sword he used was Mo Lei, Er's short sword. Although the quality was good, it had its own shortcomings, and that was that it was too short. That was originally a weapon tailor-made for Mo Lei, and would only suit Mo Lei. How could it suit Chi Ñuño? As the saying went, an inch shorter was an inch more dangerous. In a battle between experts, a difference of a few centimeters was already a huge difference. This specific difference was even more obvious in a battle with a top expert like Gu Duxing, who had gone through thousands of battles. So in the face of Gu Duxing's desperate sword moves, he had no choice but to dodge, because if he didn't dodge, the best result would be to perish together with the other party. It was even very likely that the other party would be seriously injured and he would die. This reality made Chi Ñuño even more aggrieved. He had a lot of skills, but under such a roguish fighting style, he couldn't unleash any of them. In a general sense, this short sword was already of a special quality and had reached the heaven grade level. But it was ultimately only one of Mo Lei's many short swords. It wasn't the kind of divine weapon that Chu Yang had specially made. Its quality couldn't be compared to Gu Duxing's black dragon sword. It was more than one grade lower. When they first fought, it was only damaged and could still be used. But now, they had already fought many times and collided countless times. There were already innumerable cracks on the short sword. There were a few large flaws in it, and it looked like it would break after a few more collisions. However, Gu Duxing's black dragon sword was still unscathed, and its luster was as bright as before. Sure enough, after fighting for a short while, Chi Ñuño's short sword broke into two with a clang. Chi Ñuño saw that the situation was even more unfavorable. He made up his mind and threw out the broken sword in his hand. Taking advantage of the time when Gu Duxing dodged, he drew out his sword with a swoosh. At the same time, his body spun rapidly. He spun like a gust of wind to a distance of 70 to 80 feet away. At the same time, he shouted furiously, "Stop!" Gu Duxing looked up and finally understood why this guy didn't use his own sword. It turned out that Chi Ñuño's sword was a strange sword that was thin, long, and narrow like an elongated chopstick. Furthermore, it seemed to be a transparent jade sword. Holding it in his hand, if one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it at all. Furthermore, this was under the condition that the long sword was stationary. If it were to be waved at high speed in battle, it would be equivalent to being invisible. This kind of sword was formless and traceless. With Chi Ñuño's skills, if he were to use this sword to assassinate the enemy, he would be able to kill the enemy without leaving a trace. However, this sword itself still had a huge disadvantage, and that was that it was not hard enough. At this moment, facing Gu Duxing, this daredevil, who just happened to be holding a divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud, Chi Ñuño did not dare to show his sword at all. To be honest, when he first got Mo Lei's short sword, Chi Ñuño was simply overjoyed. She could actually give up such a divine weapon so easily. What kind of weapon grandmaster was she? Could it be that such a heaven-level divine weapon was so common that it could be seen everywhere? Unfortunately, he was not happy for a moment. In the blink of an eye, that short sword was already destroyed. If he still did not show his sword, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. Chi Nuno had no choice but to show his sword. The moment this sword appeared, Mo who was hiding in the dark, was stunned. To say that the weapons and hidden weapons on Mo were absolutely gorgeous, probably no one in the world could compare to them. However, all of Mo's equipment had a weakness that could not be considered a weakness, and that was that the level was not high enough. In terms of ordinary standards, all of Mo's equipment was at least at the heaven level. Any one of them was also something that ordinary cultivators could only dream of but could not get. However, compared with the exclusive equipment of Tribulation and his brothers, such as Gu Duxing's black dragon sword and Dong Wushang's black saber, these equipment were far from being comparable. In fact, this was also reasonable. If any one of Mo's equipment was of that level, Chu Yang knew that he could not afford it. That would be too extravagant. Besides, Mo also had a very regretful thing. Why didn't she have an exclusive equipment of her own? And this sword in front of her, this was clearly a sword that was specially made for assassins. It was a divine weapon that was specially used for assassination and could only be used to its maximum effect. What was more coincidental was that Mo seemed to have heard of this sword before, but she had not really seen it before. This sword was used by Lung Ning, the king of assassins in Heaven Imperial Court tens of thousands of years ago. Warm snow sword. No one knew whether Lung Ning was a man or a woman. No one knew what he looked like. No one knew his true identity and origin. No one knew whether he was dead or not. All these information were still absolute secrets. And he had used this warm snow sword to dominate the world and made all the martial artists in Heaven Imperial Court tremble in fear. He was recognized by all the experts in the world as the king of assassins. That was a legend that could not be replicated. The warm snow sword was a mystical sword made from the stellar heart warm jade and the profound ice crystal core. Warm jade was completely transparent and could ensure that the blood flow was smooth at any time and place. Mysterious ice crystal core was also completely transparent and had added a lot of sharpness. In addition, there was a kind of coldness that could penetrate one's heart, allowing one to maintain absolute calmness at any time and place. Such cold and warm materials were originally polar opposites, and water and fire were incompatible materials. But they were made into a perfect sword by a peerless master at that time, a completely transparent sword. Transparent, almost invisible, allowing the blood flow to be smooth at any time and place, allowing one to remain calm at any time and place. These characteristics were undoubtedly the dream weapon that every assassin in the world dreamed of. Mo recognized at the moment she saw it. Her heart thumped wildly. She would never have dreamed that the weapon of the king of assassins would actually appear here, right in front of her. Mo immediately made up her mind. No matter what, she had to get this sword. For such a sword to fall into the hands of someone like Chi Nuno, it was definitely a waste of God's gift. Only when it fell into her hands would it be a perfect combination, appropriate and logical. In order not to let the treasure sword be covered in dust, Mo actually made a very unprofessional move. Gu Duxing was about to attack. How could the opponent take out such a lousy sword? How could it be a match for his invincible black dragon sword? He would only gain the upper hand. Unexpectedly, he heard Mo's telepathic message in his ear. Second brother Gu, I want this sword. Don't damage it for me. I really like this sword. Please don't, please don't, please don't. Gu Duxing was stunned. Even with Gu Duxing's temperament, he almost wanted to cry out in pain. Great aunt, you're really my great aunt. You usually don't mess around, but when you mess around, it's not normal at all. Now that we're at the brink of life and death, you actually made such an unreliable request. It's already close to impossible for me to defeat the other party now. It's not easy for the other party to come up with such a lousy sword, which is the key to making use of. But at this time, you actually added a restriction that I'm not allowed to damage the other party's weapon. Are you trying to buy my life? Do you think I'm Big Boss Chuyang? Oh my God, the other party's weakness that could be exploited actually became his strongest and most indestructible strength just because of one sentence from your eldest Mississippi. Are you trying to play me to death? At this moment, Chi Nyonyo, who was on the opposite side, had already stood still. He abruptly shouted, "Stop!" Then he looked at Gu Duxing angrily. "You, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Do you think you can pretend to be a dead person just because you put on a poker face?" When he said this, all sorts of feelings welled up in Chi Nyonyo's heart. This guy in front of him was really like a mute. He spoke so little that he was like a dead person. From the start of the battle until now, other than the occasional snort, he really didn't say a single word. It seemed like he didn't even say a word when he was injured. If this guy was an assassin like that female assassin earlier, then so be it. But he was clearly fighting with him head-on, fair and square. Even if you scold me occasionally, I'll know that the one fighting with me is a living person, and not a creature that only has more energy than a dead person. Damn it, there's actually such a thing. Such a freak is really rare in the world. Gu Duxing looked at him coldly, but his murderous aura was increasing more and more. But he still pursed his lips and didn't say a word. But he heard another majestic voice say solemnly, "A battle is a battle. Why are you still saying so much? Don't tell me that you, Chi Nyonyo, have to start scolding your enemies every time you face them? Which master of yours taught you this way of fighting? No wonder you're still so useless, even though you're about to enter the coffin. Your master is simply a hindrance to others and a laughingstock." Dong Wushang carried the heavy dark saber on his back and silently appeared behind Chi Nyonyo, completely blocking someone's path of retreat. Dong Wushang had always been a man of few words. Usually when he didn't have to speak, he would definitely not speak. Even if he spoke, he would definitely not say anything unnecessary. It was only when he was with Gu Duxing that Dong Wushang was really helpless, because no matter how unwilling he was to speak, he had to take on the role of the speaker. He basically didn't speak much, but Gu Duxing didn't speak at all except when he was with his brothers. There was still a difference between basically and basically. No, basically was the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 2375. Therefore, as long as Dong Wushang was with Gu Duxing, even if he knew that he was clumsy, he would force himself to be eloquent. This made Mo Lei especially dissatisfied. This blockhead didn't even talk so much when he was with me. Dong Wushang's arrival, Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. At the same time, Chi Nyonyo's eyes also lit up. Both of them were thinking of the same thing, which was that he had come at last. No matter what the situation was before, there was finally a chance now. Dong Wushang's arrival made things take a turn for the better. Whether it was Gu Duxing or Chi Nyonyo, both of them felt the same way. Dong Wushang slowly removed the saber from his shoulder and said slowly, "Chi Nyonyo, in the battle just now, you ran faster than a rabbit and didn't have enough fun. Now that you're here, you can't possibly run away again, right? If you have the guts, fight to the death." Chi Nyonyo looked up to the sky and laughed. He said in a hoarse voice, "You can rest assured about this. If I can't kill you two detestable juniors, I definitely won't leave this place." Gu Duxing suddenly thought of something and actually made an exception to say a sentence with many words. "Old four, don't blame me for not reminding you. Your wife specifically wants the sword in this scum's hand. She especially told me not to damage it. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 times." Dong Wushang scratched his head when he heard this. There was a hint of bitterness on his face. He opened his mouth and said, "This seems to be a little difficult." Gu Duxing nodded. "It's more than just a little difficult. It's simply too difficult. However, it's rare for younger sister to open her mouth. Since younger sister has taken a fancy to this sword, then this sword is ours." He spoke with such certainty, as if the sword was right there, waiting for him to reach out and grab it. Dong Wushang agreed wholeheartedly. He said, "Of course, if my wife has taken a fancy to something, I will definitely get it." Qi Nunyo, who heard this conversation, was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. "I'm standing right in front of you, and my sword is still in my hand. You two juniors are actually trying to divide the loot between yourselves. How did my sword end up in your hands already? You want to provoke me, pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth and snatch my sword? You've misunderstood. Wishful thinking and ignorant juniors." Qi Nunyo was on the verge of going mad with rage. "Today is the day you die. Go on your way." Qi Nunyo brandished the formless and shadowless long sword in his hand. In his fury, Qi Nunyo suddenly split into tens of thousands of Qi Nunyo and attacked at the same time. Obviously, Qi Nunyo also knew the weakness of his sword. In the face of an opponent who was as majestic as a mountain and an opponent who fought without regard for his own life, the only effective way to deal with it was to use this kind of ethereal attack. One of the opponents was desperate, while the other was majestic. Their movements were definitely not as agile as his. On this point, Qi Nunyo was still quite confident. As for what the two of them said just now, "My sister-in-law has taken a fancy to the other party's sword. And don't damage it," Qi Nunyo did not believe them at all. Were they trying to fool a child? How could such a low-level restriction be imposed in the middle of a fierce battle? Only a fool would believe them. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang shouted at the same time, one in front and one behind. Then the Black Dragon sword and the Black Saber attacked at the same time. The Black Dragon sword stirred up a raging tide in the sky, mixed with an invincible and fierce sword aura, and met the formless and shadowless sword mountain that Qi Nunyo showed in the sky. Dong Wushang's Black Saber also turned into a black lightning in an instant, wreaking havoc in the sky with unparalleled dominance. The two of them, one in front and one behind, attacked from the front and back. They were both as fast as lightning, and their power was shocking. However, Qi Nunyo's side was even more ethereal, like an immortal. It was hard to imagine that an old man who was past his prime, more than 1,000,000 years old, could use such a nimble movement technique. Facing the joint attack of Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. Moreover, his sword was formless and shadowless. Even if they wanted to collide with each other's weapons, it was almost impossible to do so. Even if it reached a point where he really could not avoid it, Qi Nunyo would rather use a very straightforward palm to meet it than to use a weapon to meet it head-on. Whether it was the Black Dragon sword or the Black Saber, they were both divine weapons that Chu Yang had meticulously forged for the two brothers. It was a piece of cake for them to cut through iron as if it was mud. However, when they met Qi Nunyo's palm, they finally let out a crisp sound like that of metal clashing. And the result of the clash was that Qi Nunyo's palm did not have the slightest bit of damage. That shriveled palm that was almost skin and bones actually met the divine weapons head-on without the slightest bit of damage. This reality shocked both Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. They really did not expect that with their current cultivation and strength, and with such divine weapons in their hands, they would actually be unable to do anything to the enemy's palm. Gu Duxing finally knew that Qi Nunyo did not use his full strength at all just now. Knowing that the person in front of them was not to be trifled with, the two of them could not help but become even more cautious. Little did they know that Qi Nunyo was also secretly complaining in his heart at this moment. Although Qi Nunyo was full of arrogance, in fact, he had already decided to leave as soon as possible and escape unscathed. When they exchanged blows just now, he seemed to have planned to make use of the moment when the other party had not completed the encirclement to escape. But he never expected that when these two people drew out their sabers and swords, the killing intent was actually twice as much as when Gu Duxing locked onto him alone, at least twice as much. In the general sense of a joint attack, this kind of situation should absolutely not have happened. At the very beginning of a joint attack, there would definitely be some incoordination between the two sides, and the fusion of qi would be unstable. But these two people did not have any problems with their cooperation at all. They actually merged perfectly, as if from a single person's killing intent to a joint attack of two people. This result was not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2, but it was equivalent to increasing the pressure that Qi Nyunyo was facing by 5 times. Qi Nyunyo's original wishful thinking had already been declared completely ruined before it could be implemented. Moreover, there was another thing that was even more unexpected that happened. He originally thought that although the other party's martial arts could be improved quickly at such a young age, their body movements might not really reach the level of a sage, at least not to his level. But after the real fight, he realized that these two people were like fish in the water and eagles in the sky. Their body movements were smooth and flexible, and they could actually keep up with his rhythm completely. Even if there was a slight gap, it was difficult to affect the key to victory or defeat. This situation made Qi Nyunyo complain incessantly in his heart. This should not be. Even if I made a mistake in my judgment because of the age factor, even if the body movements of the one who used a sword were more agile, this could still be considered pardonable, but the one who used a heavy saber was simply like a big, stupid ox. How could he be as agile as a monkey? It was really inconceivable to the extreme. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Qi Nyunyo had no choice but to launch his ultimate martial art, 10,000 Withering Divine Technique. Once this martial art was launched, the whole body would be like the strongest star iron, and almost nothing could destroy it. This was the real reason why Qi Nyunyo could withstand the joint attack of Gu and Dong saber and sword without any damage. But the greater the effect of the martial art, the greater the side effect. This 10,000 Withering Divine Technique also had a great side effect behind it. The 10,000 Withering Divine Technique was actually a special martial art that hurt oneself first before hurting the enemy. At the beginning of the martial arts operation, one's own vitality would be turned into a special power. Every time it was launched, one's body would age a little because of the consumption of vitality. Although one could use the relevant heavenly treasures and devour the vitality of others to make up for the vitality that was completely lost, the appearance of aging could not be changed. It could only be used to age more and more. This was the main reason why Qi Nyunyo looked so old, even though his cultivation was high and he had reached the high-level sage realm. Therefore, ever since Qi Nyunyo mastered the 10,000 Withering Divine Technique, he rarely used this extremely evil martial art unless it was a moment of life and death. But now he was forced to use it helplessly, amidst the clanging sounds that were as dense as 10,000 blacksmiths hammering at the same time. 3 figures jumped up and down and fought with all their might. Mo Lei, who was hiding in the dark, was dazzled. She couldn't find any chance to attack at all. Chu Yang's original calculation was not wrong at all. With the combined strength of Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, and Mo Lei, it was indeed not a problem to deal with Qi Nyunyo. At the very most, they could take down Qi Nyunyo at the cost of a light injury. But there was a prerequisite. Qi Nyunyo did not use the 10,000 Withering Divine Technique. Once he used it, the outcome would be hard to predict. Now, the 3 of them were in a circle, moving at an amazing speed and constantly changing their positions. No one had the upper hand, and no one was at a disadvantage. They were actually evenly matched. The battle had already been going on for close to 10 minutes, but this stalemate was still ongoing. Gu Duxing's expression was grim. The black dragon's sword turned into a black cloud, and he continued to attack. He attacked and defended at the same time, neither too slow nor too slow, and his movements were awe-inspiring. Dong Wushang, on the other hand, gradually showed some impatience. When had Second Master Dong's battle ever been so dragged out? Suddenly he let out a loud roar, and his entire body suddenly expanded to 2 times its original size. He was like a giant that could support the heavens and the earth. Then he suddenly appeared in this world. The black saber in his hand was swung in a circle. With a loud roar, he slashed down brazenly. A dazzling saber aura that was hundreds of feet long burst out. Seeing this, Qi Nyunyu sneered. With a spin, he was already close to Dong Wushang's body. The warm snow sword in his hand stabbed out like a poisonous snake. He was not afraid of Dong Wushang's giant body. Instead, he was afraid that Dong Wushang would not use such a fighting method. Once such a technique was used, it would definitely not work. This was the so-called big but useless principle. So he wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to directly take the risk and approach Dong Wushang's body, stabbing out with his sword. Chapter 2376. Dong Wushang let out a loud roar. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He suddenly took a step forward and leaned his body slightly to the side, but he used half of his chest to welcome the nearly invisible warm snow sword. In the next moment, although he couldn't see the actual blade of the sword, he could clearly feel a chill on his chest. The warm snow sword had already pierced into his chest with a whoosh, all the way to the hilt. Although Qi Nyunyo's move was a risky attack, he never dreamed that he could succeed so easily. It was really too unexpected. The other party was such an expert. How could there be a reason for him to smash his vital part into the other party's weapon? The process was really fast. He was only slightly stunned for a moment, and the sword in his hand had already pierced through Dong Wushang's chest. Then Dong Wushang leaned his body to the side and pinned the warm snow sword in his body. He endured the intense pain and gripped the warm snow sword fiercely with his left hand. Qi Nyunyo roared and twisted the warm snow sword fiercely. Dong Wushang's internal organs were in inexplicable pain at the same time. His palm was also badly mutilated. However, his hand still didn't relax. He persisted in gripping the sword fiercely, and his right hand punched out like a thunderbolt. It hit Qi Nyunyo's chest fiercely. Bang! There was a muffled, thunder-like sound. At the same time, Gu Duxing became one with his sword. The black dragon sword turned into a black lightning bolt and slashed at Qi Nyunyo's wrist with incomparable precision. Even though Qi Nyunyo's 10,000 Withering Divine technique was almost unbreakable, facing Gu Duxing's all-out attack, that wrist was also about to be broken in half. The 10,000 Withering Divine technique was broken. Qi Nyunyo screamed loudly. He raised his left leg and kicked Gu Duxing's chest fiercely, causing Gu Duxing to let out a miserable groan. The lower half of his body was kicked into the air, but he still mustered up his remaining strength and slammed his head fiercely onto Qi Nyunyo's forehead. Qi Nyunyo screamed again. Blood spurted out from their foreheads at the same time. Gu Duxing's chest was kicked 3 times consecutively in the blink of an eye. Their heads were bleeding at the same time, and they both felt their heads buzzing. The black dragon sword that Gu Duxing was holding was kicked away, and in this short period of time, Dong Wushang's right fist, which was as heavy as a mountain, had already hit Qi Nyunyo's chest 7 times in a row. At the same time, his left hand was still fiercely holding the warm snow sword and competing with Qi Nyunyo's strength. But his mouth, he swallowed a heavy pill without a trace. For someone as simple and honest as Dong Wushang to be able to come up with such a scheme, if Chu Yang were to see this scene, he would definitely widen his eyes immediately. It's unbelievable. Qi Nyunyo's SS and dies Dong's. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string. He was sent flying by Dong Wushang's reckless attacks. He retreated a full 500 feet, and his entire body was still trembling incessantly. Half of his wrist had already been cut off by Gu Duxing's black dragon sword. Now that he was injured consecutively and facing 2 people at the same time, he didn't even have a chance to use his full strength. Dong Wushang actually broke his wrist together with his skin and bones. The warm snow sword was already stained with Dong Wushang's blood. It was no longer invisible and formless. Dong Wushang and Qi Nyunyo grabbed it in one of his hands. He laughed loudly. "This sword belongs to my wife now." "Silly." Mo Lei's eyes were filled with tears. She rushed out from the darkness like a wisp of smoke and attacked Qi Nyunyo, who was retreating and hadn't stabilized his center of gravity yet. In an instant, more than 10 short swords pierced into Qi Nyunyo's body like flying locusts. Thud, 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 thud. It was as if they were stabbing into rotten dead wood. Every short sword could only go 3 inches into his flesh and couldn't go any deeper. Every short sword was a heaven-grade weapon that martial artists couldn't get their hands on, but they couldn't cause any more damage. The 10,000 Withering Divine technique had already been broken, but it still had such power. It was really impressive. But no matter how impressive the 10,000 Withering Divine technique was, the injuries Qi Nyunyo suffered this time were still worse than before. He staggered a few steps forward and roared at the sky. He shouted fiercely, "Even if you snatched my sword and seriously injured me, so what? Aren't you also seriously injured? I have the 10,000 Withering Divine technique to protect me. I'm invulnerable. This little injury is nothing. But you will die sooner or later. Even if you snatched my sword, what's the use?" He looked at Dong Wushang with a hideous smile. "Your internal organs are all shattered. Can you still live? Is it worth it to fight over a sword?" Ha ha ha. Dong Wushang's tall and sturdy body stood upright. There was a huge bloody hole in his chest. It was truly a ghastly sight. However, Dong Wushang himself looked at Qi Nyunyo with an indifferent expression. He said in a disdainful tone, "Are you stupid? If I didn't have a life-saving method, why would I fight with you so desperately? Using your life to exchange for a sword, how can you think of that?" Qi Nyunyo was stunned. He said subconsciously, "Life-saving method?" Behind him, Gu Duxing also got up with difficulty. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Then he sneered and said, "Yes, if we didn't have life-saving methods, why would we fight with you so desperately? Old Demon Qi, you've been fooled. Get ready to die." Under Qi Nyunyo's incredulous gaze, the huge bloody hole in Dong Wushang's chest actually wriggled slowly and gradually shrank. His bloody palm was also recovering bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gu Duxing walked step by step to the side behind Qi Nyunyo. Although he was staggering at the beginning, he became more and more energetic as he walked. When he stopped, he had already recovered to his peak state. Behind him, Mo Lei stood with her sword held horizontally. The sharp tip of her sword was pointed at the back of Qi Nyunyo's neck. The 3 of them once again formed an encirclement, sealing off all of Qi Nyunyo's escape routes. Dong Wushang chuckled and shook his head. He tilted his neck, and instantly the sound of his joints cracking could be heard. He patted his wound with his hand and actually tore off the scar on it, revealing the skin that was already in good condition. He laughed and said, "Isn't it nice to see this?" Qi Nyunyo saw this and took 2 steps back, dumbfounded. He looked at his right hand that had been broken off. It was also using the remaining vitality to agitate it. One of his palms was about to regrow. This was the regenerative ability that was unique to Saint experts. They only needed to expend some vitality to regrow a broken limb. That was all. But he could clearly feel that the 2 of them had completed the healing without expending any extra vitality at all. After recovering from their injuries, they were even more energetic. Their cultivation had recovered to its most complete peak state. That was the state where they were in good condition and full of energy. But he himself had an obvious phenomenon of losing vitality. His own cultivation had also decreased by another step. After all, how could there be no effect when recovering a broken limb, especially during a great battle after being seriously injured? But the other party clearly had no effect at all. This reality made Qi Nyunyo almost break down. While he couldn't understand the situation at all, and even suspected that he was in a nightmare, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Mo Lei had already launched attacks at the same time. It was a fatal attack. The warm snow sword had already been thrown into the ring by Dong Wushang. Now, the dark saber once again turned into a shocking thunderbolt. The black dragon sword whistled like a real black dragon, swallowing everything in its way. Mo Lei also took out her real-life weapon. A pitch-black short sword was already in her hands. The three of them attacked from 3 directions, completely trapping the already seriously injured Qi Nyunyo. There was no gap or blind spot as they bombarded him to their heart's content. Qi Nyunyo's heart was already at a disadvantage, and after his body had been ravaged repeatedly, the 10,000 Withering Divine technique had also been broken and could no longer be used. At this moment, facing the joint attacks of the 3 great experts, he could only parry and had no power to retaliate. Bullying the weak with numbers, what kind of man are you? If you have the guts, fight one-on-one with me. Qi Nyunyo shouted the sentence in a panic, making Mo Lei almost burst out laughing. This old devil couldn't have been beaten silly, right? He could really think of it. At this point, he was still delusional enough to want to fight one-on-one. Did he think that the 3 of them were all idiots? But now, Qi Nyunyo was really a little scared. As the saying went, the longer one lived, the more one was afraid of death. This might not be the case for other saint experts, but it was the most appropriate metaphor for Qi Nyunyo, because other people's vitality was basically obtained through their own hard work and cultivation. They had gone through countless life and death situations before they could reach the level of an expert. Generally, experts who had reached this level had already seen through life and death and were indifferent to life and death. But almost all of Qi Nyunyo's vitality was devoured, reaping without sowing. As long as there were people in this world, as long as there was life, with Qi Nyunyo's extremely strange technique of devouring vitality, he would be able to live forever, although his appearance would become older and weaker. But as long as he could live, what did it matter even if he was a little older? Qi Nyunyo was truly scared. He was afraid of death, afraid of being destroyed. The more scared he was, the more disorderly his moves were, and the more disorderly they were, the more he couldn't withstand them. In just an instant, his body had already been slashed by Dong Wushang's dark saber thrice, leaving behind 3 bone-deep wounds. Gu Duxing's black dragon sword had also been repeatedly stabbed and pulled out from Qi Nyunyo's body, and a small half of the hidden weapons on Mo Lei Er's body were already deeply embedded in Qi Nyunyo's body. This made this old demon look like a human-shaped hedgehog, still rampaging and struggling desperately. Finally, Qi Nyunyo let out a desperate roar. All of a sudden, his entire body began to spin like a whirlwind. A tornado suddenly appeared, connecting the earth and the sky. Qi Nyunyo's face was flushed red. That extremely thin body suddenly swelled up, and he instantly became like a human-shaped ball. Full of despair, he shouted, "Since you force me to this extent, then the 3 of you can accompany me on the road to hell. If I die, don't think that you'll have an easy time either." He was going to self-destruct. It was too difficult to write. I can only say that these few days I wanted to apply for leave countless times. In the end, I forced myself to endure it. Once I applied for leave, it would be a vicious cycle. Chapter 2377. He's actually going to self-destruct? Gu Duxing and the other 2 had this thought in their minds at the same time. The frequency of their attacks slowed down at the same time. Once an expert of Qi Nyunyo's level self-destructed, at least one of the 3 of them would be buried with him. They were quite confident about it. However, when the attacks of the 3 of them slowed down slightly, Qi Nyunyo's entire body suddenly turned into a streak of black smoke. He screamed miserably, "Today's enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. As long as I am still alive, it will be the time for revenge." His voice was already 1,000 feet away in an instant. Self-destruct? How could someone like Qi Nyunyo, who cherished his life so much, really self-destruct? This was just a means to escape. Shocked by such a change, the three people couldn't catch up for a while. They didn't expect a high-level saint expert to be so shameless that he even threw away the basic integrity of a martial artist. They couldn't catch up and could only watch Chi Nuno escape. The three of them felt a sense of dejection. All their efforts were in vain for the sake of a mountain. This old fart was too shameless. But at this moment, they were very surprised to hear Chi Nuno let out an extremely shocking scream. His body that had become thin suddenly turned back like a ball. Along the way, there was a rumbling sound, because two people suddenly appeared in front of him in the direction of his escape. One of them was dressed in red. She had a heavenly fragrance and was devastatingly beautiful. She was as ethereal as a fairy. The other was dressed in black, cold and handsome, with a long sword shining. It was Chu Yang and Mo Chingu who had arrived in time. Chi Nuno's escape route was coincidentally blocked by Chu Yang. What harm was there in slaughtering the whole world with a casual move? Chi Nuno was frightened out of his wits, and he turned back in a sorry state. The 5 experts surrounded Chi Nuno. This time, it was really impossible for him to escape. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing both had unconcealable embarrassed expressions on their faces. Boss finally gave them an important task, but they couldn't complete it on their own. In the end, they still had to rely on Boss to clean up their mess. This result made the two of them feel very annoyed. They really didn't have any face, but they didn't know that with Chi Nuno's terrifying strength, if it were the other two with Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's cultivation to deal with him, they might have already died in his hands. The fact that Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing could severely injure Chi Nuno was already a great achievement in itself. If this spread out, it was enough to make the two of them famous overnight. Well done. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, I'm the one who's ashamed. It's because I misjudged Chi Nuno previously. You two really can't be blamed for this matter. I'm already very surprised that you two can reach this stage. This was definitely not a consolation, but an out-and-out truth. After Chu Yang and Mo Chingu joined forces to kill the Black Fog perfected lord, they met Mu Tsonglan, who had rushed over after hearing the news. After all, the experts they were dealing with this round were too strong. Naturally, the movements of their enemies were not small. In terms of cultivation, Mu Tsonglan was only slightly inferior to a 7-star guard. When he saw such a big commotion, he naturally came over. Hearing that Chu Yang and Mo Chingu worked together to take down Supreme Black Fog, Mu Tsonglan was genuinely surprised. Supreme Black Fog was famous for a time. Although Mu Tsonglan didn't really face this person, he knew that this person's strength was above his own. But today he fell in the hands of Chu Yang and his wife. How could he not sigh? Chu Yang revealed to Mu Tsonglan about the million-year-old monster Chi Nuno. Mu Tsonglan's expression changed greatly. He told Chu Yang about the legend of Chi Nuno and his possible real strength. Chu Yang was shocked and rushed over. He finally came in time. Speaking of which, Chu Yang was the one who arranged the attack this time. Chu Yang had always been cautious, so he sent out 2 people at once. In fact, he had also taken Mo Lei, Er's strength, into consideration. It was equivalent to sending out 3 strong forces to achieve the current result. If Mo Tianji had arranged it, he would only send 1 person, or Dong Wushang, or Gu Duxing. Then, facing such a terrifying Chi Nuno, it would be really bad, of course. Mo Tianji had made such arrangements on the premise that he had already ascertained Chi Nuno's strength. Only then would he have made such arrangements. If Mo Tianji hadn't been so meticulous and had made such preparations so that nothing could go wrong, how could he have made such a death-seeking arrangement on that day? Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and a few other brothers would have perished due to carelessness. At this moment, Chu Yang was even infinitely grateful for his previous decision. At this moment, the 5 of them faced Chi Nuno at the same time. Chu Yang's eyes became colder and colder. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Kill him as soon as possible." With that, the 5 of them attacked together, using all their killer moves. Now, Chi Nuno was already at the end of his rope. Not to mention fighting back. He didn't even have the strength to parry. Facing the joint attack of the 5 experts, how could he escape? He could only wait for death. However, at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the sky, and a black shadow appeared without warning. Its speed was extremely fast. Before anyone could see clearly what had happened, the black shadow had already grabbed Chi Nuno and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already reached a height of 400 to 500 feet. Chu Yang shouted. The Calamity Sword left his hand and turned into a shocking cold light, chasing after them like a meteor. The moment it was about to catch up with Chi Nuno, the sky 1,000 feet above the ground suddenly filled with clouds and fog. Nothing could be seen below. Above the clouds, a black shadow grabbed Chi Nuno and soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. The Calamity Sword chased after them like a bolt of lightning. Finally, with a poof, the Calamity Sword stabbed into Chi Nuno's thigh. Chi Nuno groaned miserably. His face suddenly became snow-white and withered. Although it was just a thigh and not a vital part, the result was still the same. Once the Calamity Sword was out of Chu Yang's control, its ability to devour everything increased instead of decreasing. Moreover, because there was no longer anyone to suppress it, its devouring instinct was instantly exerted to the extreme. It automatically devoured all the essence and vitality of Chi Nuno. Someone in the black shadow murmured softly, "It's actually a rare divine weapon that has never been seen before. These little ones are interesting." Such a precious sword with great spirituality was actually thrown away so casually. "It's really convenient for me." He reached out to grab the hilt of the Calamity Sword and pulled it out from Chi Nuno's body. In just a moment, at least 30% of Chi Nuno's huge vitality of a high-level saint had been sucked away. The face of the rescuer was hidden in the clouds. He carefully observed the sword. The joy in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he praised, "With such a divine sword, what's there to worry about not being able to achieve great things?" As he spoke, he reached out a hand and placed it on the sword. He said softly, "When I erase the original consciousness of this sword, it will become mine." His spiritual power suddenly erupted. It gushed madly into the Calamity Sword like a spring. Unexpectedly, the Calamity Sword suddenly let out an extremely clear sword cry. The sword trembled violently. Then the black shadow trembled all over, as if he had been electrocuted. He let go of the Calamity Sword. Although the specific expression on his face couldn't be seen, his eyes revealed a sincere fear. After the Calamity Sword left the person's control, it didn't fall down. It just lay in the void by itself. The sword flickered with a strange light. A black shadow slowly emerged from the Calamity Sword. The black shadow only peeked out half of its body. It seemed to be a mass of fog without substance. The fog distorted again, revealing a hazy human figure. It was still unclear what it was, but a pair of eyes were shining. It was full of disdain as it looked at the black shadow in front of it. A voice cursed, "Damn it, who touched me just now?" When the black shadow heard this, his body trembled. He could clearly feel the terrifying power hidden in the shadow in front of him that was enough to destroy the world. He couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. He smiled and said, "Sorry to disturb. It's my fault." As the saying went, one doesn't hit a smiling person. However, this law was obviously not applicable to the black shadow in front of him. He glared and said, "Since you know that you're in the wrong, why don't you hurry up and kneel down, kowtow, and apologize? Also, punish yourself? I'll cut off that hand for touching me. Damn it, do you have to do it yourself? Can't you see?" The black shadow said arrogantly, "Do you have the qualifications to be taught a lesson by me?" The black shadow showed a trace of anger on his face. He said lightly, "Senior, you can't do everything. There's no need to go too far. It's a small world. The black shadow said insolently, It's a small world? Bah! I like to go too far. I like to bully people. So what if I'm bullying you? Bite me? Why don't you come and bite me? The black shadow took a deep breath and said, If that's the case, if you want to teach me a lesson, Senior, please do it yourself. He was ready to fight. The shadow laughed strangely. Although you don't know, you still have some guts. You dare to talk to me like this. Damn it. When I was in the 33 heavens, even that first young master, you didn't dare to talk to me like this. Who the hell do you think you are? You actually want me to hit you with my noble hand? You really think you're a big shot? At this moment, the Calamity sword suddenly trembled. Chu Yang's order came from the other side. Obviously, he wanted the Calamity sword to return quickly. The shadow hesitated for a moment. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a black smoke. The black smoke was as fast as a sword and hit the black shadow's chest. Even with the black shadow's cultivation, he had no way to dodge. With a crack, the bones in his chest broke. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unexpectedly, he had been seriously injured by the impact of that breath. The black shadow widened his eyes and looked at the shadow in front of him in disbelief. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. Chapter 2378. There was actually such a person in the world. Such power. Such martial arts. Such strength. His cultivation was already the best in the heavenly imperial court, but the other party just casually exhaled a breath, and he was severely injured. Looking at the other party's relaxed and happy look, it was obvious that he didn't use much strength. Who exactly was this illusory figure? He. The shadow laughed strangely. You're lucky. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, I would kill you with my fart today. Remember, behave yourself in the future. Don't make me unhappy. If there's a next time, I'll take off your head and stuff it into your dick. Do you believe me? After saying this, the shadow swayed and yawned sleepily. Damn it, I'm going back to sleep. Then, with a swoosh, the Calamity sword disappeared instantly. The shadow looked at the void where the Calamity sword was just now, his eyes full of shock and horror. Until now, he still hadn't recovered from his shock. So powerful. Such incredible cultivation. But it was also so unbelievably rude, this sword. What kind of monster was it? But no matter what kind of monster it was, the shadow secretly made up his mind. If he saw this sword again, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke it no matter what, this time. He was really scared to death. There was actually such a strange, supernatural thing in the world. The Calamity sword had already returned to Chu Yang's Calamity space. The reason why Chu Yang dared to release the flying sword to attack was because of this. As long as the Calamity space summoned it, no matter where it was, the Calamity sword would immediately return. This was another link between the Calamity space and the Calamity sword. In midair, the shadow grabbed Chi-Nyo and flew up a few hundred feet. It was almost 1,000 feet above the ground in the clouds before it finally stopped. But there was still a lingering fear in its heart. It wasn't that the black shadow was a coward, but the shadow that came out of the Calamity sword was too terrifying. What kind of technique was that? Whether it was the aura, the pressure, everything was too terrifying. Especially the sword formed from the breath. It was simply a divine skill. The shadow clearly had no intention of taking his life. If it had any malicious intent, it wouldn't have needed to do anything. It would have just used a bit more force when blowing on the sword. After recovering from the shock, he lowered his head to look at Nyo, only to find that the latter was already dead. He was clearly still breathing weakly just now. How did he die now? Bastard, the black shadow said angrily. This was because not only had Chi-Nyo died, but he had also died without a soul. Could it be that he was scared to death by that shadow? That's very likely. Something that even I'm terrified of would scare Chi-Nyo to death. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would only bring back a corpse after risking his life to save them. Moreover, he had even implicated himself and gotten himself seriously injured. But in fact, the Black Shadow's guess was really wrong about the shadow. The devouring power that the Calamity Sword exerted with all its might was no small matter. Its power was simply terrifying. Although it only devoured 30% of Qin Yunyo's vitality, it was the purest 30% of his vitality. As for the other parts, it was not that the Calamity Sword couldn't devour them, but that they were too rough. If Qin Yunyo was in his peak state, it wouldn't be a problem to absorb them all. But now he had suffered many blows. His divine skill was broken, his body was riddled with holes, and he had to spend a lot of energy to recover his limbs. His vitality had already been reduced by more than 50%. Now that the most essential 30% had been devoured, it would be strange if he could still survive. However, the Black Shadow's judgment was not wrong. Even if Qin Yunyo was barely alive, he would definitely be scared to death when the shadow appeared. Even the Black Shadow almost lost his soul because of the sudden appearance of the shadow. How could Qin Yunyo be an exception? The Black Shadow let out a long sigh and threw Qin Yunyo's body down from the clouds. Then he floated away. His injuries had to be healed as soon as possible. Today's unexpected disaster really came too suddenly and was too heavy. Also, he had to make arrangements as soon as possible. The original 4 experts. Qin Yunyo had unexpectedly been crippled. One less. There wasn't much time left. As for the Black Fog Lord, he was just a temporary fighter. If he died, then so be it. Below, Chu Yang had already sensed the situation of the Calamity Sword. He smiled slightly. Forget it, let's go back. Gu Duxing smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that Qin Yunyo would still escape, even with the 5 of us joining forces. Dong Wushang also felt very embarrassed. Our goal has been achieved. Even if he escaped, he definitely won't have the ability to cause trouble during Xie Danqiong's coronation ceremony. Chu Yang said very firmly, you can rest assured about this. Mo Qinggu giggled and said, no matter who he is, after being beaten up by you 2 battle maniacs for an entire afternoon, he definitely won't be able to get up within half a month. Only then did Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang feel a little better. Gu Duxing's face was still cold, but Dong Wushang had already laughed foolishly. He even reached out and touched his head. It was really like that. Mo Leia looked up at the sky and rolled her eyes. This guy, this stupid look is really likable. The 5 of them chatted and laughed. Just as they were about to go back, they suddenly heard the sound of wind in midair. The 5 of them were shocked at the same time. Could it be that another enemy is coming? Could it be that Black Shadow who came to the rescue just now? That person's strength was unfathomable and difficult to match. While they were shocked, they hurriedly looked up. They saw an extremely thin figure rushing down from the endless sky like a meteor. His target was exactly where they were now. Looking at such a speed, the person was obviously ready to risk his life. What a fugitive! Dong Wushang had already pulled out his dark saber again. But at this moment, Mo Leia said hesitantly, why does that look like Qin Yunyo? Everyone was shocked. What? It's Qin Yunyo? He still dares to come back? Is he really risking his life? In the blink of an eye, the figure in midair came crashing down at lightning speed. The 5 of them jumped back at the same time, dodging the impact and waiting for the attack. Boom! That thin figure fell to the ground without any hesitation. The next moment, just as the 5 of them were dumbfounded, that complete body was smashed into pieces with a crash. Only that head was fortunately preserved. It jumped up alone and was still spinning in the air. A huge pit was formed on the ground. Inside and outside the pit, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Fuck! The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. After creating such an earth-shattering commotion, this guy actually died, just like that? Was he really risking his life? This is really... Dong Wushang smacked his lips, but felt that he really couldn't find any suitable adjectives. After a long silence, Chu Yang waved his sleeves and scattered all the pieces of Qin Yunyo's body into the pit. Then, with another wave of his hand, he lifted the soil to cover it up. He said, no matter what his character is, He's still an expert of his generation after all. It's better to bury him in the ground for peace. Everyone was silent. They were all curious about one thing. Just now, above the cloud-filled sky, what exactly happened? Boss, look at this sword. Dong Wushang took out the warm snow sword that he had obtained with great difficulty and said with a silly smile, Lei has taken a fancy to this sword, and this sword is indeed suitable for her to use. But I keep feeling that this sword is a little too brittle and not very hard. Boss, do you have any way to modify it? What a good sword. Chu Yang took it. With just one look, he instantly praised it. When this sword was held in one's hand, one could see it clearly. But as long as there was a slight movement or a slight wave, it would immediately disappear without a trace. It actually made ingenious use of the effects of light and shadow from all directions and angles. It was really ingenious. It could be said that as long as there was light in this world, this sword could become invisible. If there was no light at all, then nothing could be seen. Of course, this sword could also become invisible. I have to take a good look. Chu Yang secretly summoned the Calamity Sword and entered this sword, carefully analyzing everything about this sword. After a while, an extremely surprised expression appeared on Chu Yang's face. Lei, you're really lucky. This sword is actually empty. What? Empty? While Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were still surprised, Mo Lei had already reacted quickly. She couldn't help but ask excitedly, could it be that there's something else strange about this sword? If I'm not wrong, it should be the inheritance of that king of assassins. Chu Yang laughed loudly and directly put it into action. He waved his hand and revealed the Calamity Sword. With a clang, he slashed at the warm snow sword. With a crack, the warm snow sword was cut into two pieces. Mo Qing Wu, Gu Duxing, and the others cried out in surprise. They couldn't understand why Chu Yang would destroy such a rare and precious sword if he held it in such high esteem. However, they saw Chu Yang pick up the front half of the sword. Then he circulated his energy in his hand and gently sucked it out. A roll of cloth with a strange texture fell out. It was cold to the touch. This is silk made from the silk of the 10,000-year snow silkworm. Just this roll of silk is already a treasure. Chu Yang held this piece of cloth and slowly unfolded it. He said, the words on this are all directly embroidered with the silk of the heavenly silkworm. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, it won't rot or decay. Everyone's eyes widened, using such a rare treasure just to record some things. In that case, how precious and rare would the things recorded on it be? The cloth unfolded. At the very beginning, there were 10 large characters the size of peanuts. The reason why they were called large characters was to compare them, because below it were all small characters, densely packed together. Feet stepping on thick earth, sword pointing to the heavens. Without shadow or form, heaven dominates. Chapter 23:79. Chu Yang looked at the next sentence and said, this is the legacy of the king of assassins, Lung Ning. The first part is Lung Ning's evaluation of herself. The latter part is the assassin technique. This sword is really the most suitable for Lei. It's not bad at all. Chu Yang smiled warmly. What exactly did this king of assassins say? Mo Qingguo asked curiously. Chu Yang handed the cloth to Mo Lei and said, it's better for Lei to read it. Mo Lei was a little confused, but after taking a look, she instantly understood. Yu Lengning used this sword to dominate the world, killing countless people in her life. However, in the end, she knew that as a girl, the most important thing in her life was her family and her husband. She sealed her sword and went into seclusion, laughing proudly in the clouds. For the rest of her life, she no longer used Nuan Shui, no longer killed. This king of assassins is actually a woman. Mo Lei exclaimed. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The king of assassins who had dominated the world and intimidated the heroes of the Heaven Tower with one sword was actually a woman. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This seniorling finally came to her senses and went into seclusion with the person she loved. Her lover was just a nobody in the pugilistic world. From the beginning to the end, she didn't know that her lover was the king of assassins who shocked the world. After reading the last paragraph, Emo lay or sighed deeply, not knowing if it was a pity or some other meaning. Dong Wushang sighed sincerely. This man is really pitiful. Pitiful. Chu Yang sensed that there was an opportunity to dig a hole. Of course he's pitiful. Think about it. He thought that he married an ordinary girl, but he didn't expect his wife to be the legendary king of assassins. If he does anything wrong in the future, or if there's a civil war between the husband and wife, wouldn't he be beaten up by his wife like a complete sandbag? Dong Wushang said sadly how pitiful. This thing about luck, there's no way to reason with it. Dong Wushang. Emo lay, looked at Dong Wushang with anger in her eyes. Dong Wushang shuddered all over. He immediately knew that he had said something wrong. His wife seemed to be the king of assassins as well. Moreover, she was the current king of assassins. She might even be the king of assassins for a long time. He couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. I wasn't talking about you. He hurriedly shut his mouth, but it was very obvious that it was already too late. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing coughed in unison. Along the way, Dong Wushang groaned incessantly. Who knew how many bruises had been inflicted on his body by his wife? I'll take this sword and think of another way. Chu Yang said, I'm afraid that we can't rashly touch the exterior, but we can still fill in some things to make this sword stronger. Although it's difficult, it's still feasible. In short, just leave this matter to me. Chu Yang added, Later, you have to cultivate the cultivation experience of that king of assassins, as well as the inheritance of secret manuals. You have to become a real king of assassins as soon as possible. Dong Wushang had a bitter look on his face as he pleaded, Boss, why are you still saying? At the side, Emo Layer had already snorted coldly. She said in a strange tone, How would I dare? What if my husband is unhappy and dissatisfied? Humph! Dong Wushang had a bitter look on his face as he bowed and said, I won't dare. I really won't dare. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing laughed loudly at the same time. The five of them didn't go back to rest immediately. It wasn't that they weren't tired after the big battle, but that they really didn't have the time to rest. They parted ways midway. Dong Wushang, Emo Lei, and Gu Duxing continued to eliminate those potential threats, while Chu Yang returned to the secret prison to deal with those target experts that GMO and the rest had captured. Yes, or should I say those true spirits. Every time he dealt with this matter, Chu Yang's heart would always feel a little conflicted. These people were all top-notch experts. Even in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, they could be ranked among the top experts. If used properly, any one of them could be of great use in the extraterritorial battlefield. At the very least, they would be an extremely powerful force. However, that person in the dark only treated them as tools to practice martial arts, chess pieces that could be sacrificed at any time. He didn't see them as humans at all. The most despicable thing was that that person behind the scenes had even firmly controlled the lives and souls of these people. Even if he wanted to save them, he couldn't do it. He could only slaughter them all. He could only kill them all. These people deserved to be punished for what they had done. But Chu Yang still felt that it was a pity. If he killed them directly in a direct battle, he wouldn't feel any psychological burden. However, they were already captured now. They didn't have any ability to fight back, but they still had to be killed by his sword. This was the so-called helplessly waiting for death. This feeling of slaughtering people who couldn't resist made Chu Yang extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't do anything about it, because the weapons of the other brothers didn't have the ability to devour souls and cut off true spirits. In fact, looking at the entire Heaven Imperial Court from ancient times until now, other than the Calamity Sword, There didn't seem to be any other weapon with such a terrifying, devouring ability. No matter how unwilling Chuyang was, he had to carry it out and grit his teeth. Perhaps this is the so-called helplessness in life. In the mortal world, one can't do anything about it. Chuyang sighed in his heart. Finally, after another round of killing, Chuyang returned to Mo Tianji's office, both physically and mentally exhausted. He spread out his limbs and lay down on the floor like a puddle of mud. Seeing this, Chu Lu hurriedly massaged her big brother's body to relieve his stress. And Mo Qingwu sat opposite him obediently, but her eyes were fixed on her sweetheart. Only in front of these people could Chuyang truly show his fatigue and all his negative emotions. How's the situation now? And Mo Tianji obviously wasn't going to let him go. It's a long story. Chuyang sighed and said a little bleakly, "At the moment, it's still quite a harvest. However, this is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. We can only passively kill our targets. As long as the person in the dark doesn't die, he can train more batches at any time. Even though the cycle is long, you don't know how many years later there will be another batch of experts and many true spirits waiting to be harvested." Chuyang and Mo Tianji coincidentally referred to the matter of the Saint Monarch as that person in the dark. After all, this world was still under the rule of the Saint Monarch. If by any chance they accidentally said something and it was accidentally heard by some people with ulterior motives, they were afraid that it would easily cause a huge trouble. The matter of the Saint Monarch nurturing the 10,000 saints, true spirits, definitely couldn't be spread, at least for now. Because once it was spread, it would definitely cause chaos in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. More than 10% of the people in the Heaven Imperial Court would feel that their beliefs were shattered. In that case, there would be no need for the extraterrestrial demons to invade. The entire Heaven Imperial Court would face collapse first. They really couldn't act without caution. Mo Tianji's finger lightly tapped on the table and said, "This is the only effective way to deal with it. The best way to cure the root cause is to destroy the person in the dark. However, this is something we can't do at the moment. The other way is to destroy that secret base. But now that Xie Danqiong is about to ascend the throne, we don't have the time to do anything. We don't even know the true strength of that place. What kind of experts are there? Do we really have the ability to deal with or even destroy that place?" Chuyang smiled bitterly. "How could I not have thought of your concerns? I'm just complaining. Everything can only be discussed after Mo Yuntian's dust settles." Mo Tianji nodded heavily. "I will order the Tianji Intelligence Department to find out the whereabouts of that secret base as soon as possible. I'm afraid this will be very difficult." Chuyang raised his spirits and said, "Tell your people to be careful. Once that place is discovered, the person in the dark will do his best to protect that secret, even if he has to destroy millions of people." Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, "I understand. In the process of finding out this information, sacrifices are inevitable. At the current stage, we really can't rashly expose this layer of window paper." Then Mo Tianji changed the direction of the discussion. Talking about this topic now was a little too far away and would only add to his worries. "What do you think about the strength of supreme black fog that you and Qing Wu killed together, and that Qin Yunyo? If they suddenly appeared during Xie Danqiong's ascension ceremony and challenged Xie Danqiong, what would the result be?" Mo Tianji asked softly. "If the opponent was supreme black fog, Xie Danqiong would go all out and calmly fight. He would look for an opening to use the myriad jasper flowers and have a high chance of winning. However, Xie Danqiong would be exhausted even if he won. If he wasn't careful, it could turn into a situation where neither side wins." Chuyang said slowly, "If the opponent was Qin Yunyo, Xie Danqiong would definitely lose. No, he would definitely die. The difference in strength between the two is huge, and Qin Yunyo's speed is unparalleled. He's almost Xie Danqiong's nemesis." Mo Tianji was silent for a while and sighed deeply. Individual strength has always been our biggest shortcoming. Although the brothers are close to the level of Diho when they join forces, when they are alone, the difference is like heaven and earth. This is a fact that cannot be accepted by the public. Since the opponent has the intention to cause trouble, he will definitely not let go of this biggest weakness that can be exploited. Mo Tianji's expression was solemn. Moreover, the opponent will definitely not only send these two people, because this is definitely not enough. There must be other experts hiding in the dark. Chapter 2380. Chu Yang nodded silently. What Mo Tianji said was indeed reasonable. Mo Tianji frowned and said, although the battle on Mo Yuntian's side has just ended, there are still many experts, especially with us. If the other party wants to take action, there will definitely be a group of people with considerable strength to restrain the experts of Mo Yuntian's military, which is Mu Songlan's side. Then there will be another group of super experts to restrain the 7 great guards of Mo Yuntian. Then there will be another group of people to restrain us. Finally, they will calmly attack Xie Danqiong and defeat or directly kill this new emperor of Mo Yuntian under the eyes of the world. In this way, the biggest joke of the new round will be us. Mo Yuntian's 7 Stars Guards and Mu Songlan are all experienced and well-known figures. They know a lot about their enemy's strength. So, the people they send will definitely be able to complete the mission 100%. So, this time we can't count on them. Mo Tianji stood up and slowly paced back and forth. Only our strength is something that they haven't truly come into contact with before. But our strength is still relatively weak. And the second point is that after these 3 months of fighting, I'm afraid that they have more or less understood our strength. So if they want to send people over, they will definitely have considerable confidence. Fortunately, we still have trump cards that we have not used. That is the divine spirit of the calamity, Brother Hu and Miss Luer. Mo Tianji said lightly, there are still days before the ceremony. In this day, no matter what, we must let our brother's strength improve further. Also, order Brother Hu and the divine spirit of the calamity to make preparations. Miss Lu, from now on, you have to start fully preparing for the battle. You don't have to stay here to take care of me anymore. Chu Yang nodded. From tomorrow onwards, the crab pearls that I distributed last time can be put into use. You must completely absorb all the energy in the next 7 days and turn it into your own strength. Ever since Chu Yang obtained that batch of crab pearls, he distributed them one by one on the 2nd day. According to Mo Tianji's instructions, they wouldn't use them for the time being and would only start to absorb them in the last few days. In this way, everyone's cultivation would definitely make a small leap in those few days. There was a great chance that they would be able to give the enemy a huge surprise or even overturn the entire battle. We are now in a critical situation. Any additional trump card may affect the overall situation. Mo Tianji turned his head and asked, oh, by the way, how many heavy pills have been distributed to each of us? 10. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The heavy pills that had been formed from the huge collection of elixirs, medicinal efficacies, had all been distributed. Even Chu Yang didn't have many of them on him. These days, Chu Yang didn't dare to return to the space. Every time he met Yao Ling's grief-stricken eyes, Chu Yang felt as if he was a big bad guy. That should be enough. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed as he said, 10 times of powerful recovery is enough to kill at least one powerful enemy. How many more souls of the purple crystal do you have? Chu Yang asked, how many do you want directly? Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. If I can have 1,000 pieces, I can set up the great heavenly cycle star formation on the heavens worship platform. With such a protective ritual, the chances of success will increase by another 2%. Chu Yang calculated in his heart. Then he gritted his teeth and said, 1,000 pieces can increase by 2%? I'll give you 2,000 pieces. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang with some shock. He didn't expect that Chu Yang actually had so many rare things on hand. He said, "Really? You can give me 2,000? Do you have more?" "Let me tell you, there is actually no upper limit to the number of pieces that can be set up in this great heavenly cycle star formation. It's just that all of them require souls of the purple crystal to set up the formation. The lower limit is 1,000 pieces. If it's 1,000 pieces, then I can set up 2 corresponding circular formations. Naturally, its power will increase even more. If you can give me 100,000 pieces of souls of the purple crystal, and I can set up a great formation with them, I can say with certainty that even if Saint Monarch and Emperor Iho were to join forces, they would still be able to turn him into ashes in an instant. This is definitely not a joke." "Get lost." Chu Yang gritted his teeth. "Isn't this a joke? 100,000 pieces. Why don't you just say 1,000,000 pieces? It's unknown whether there are that many pieces in this entire universe. You really dare to say that? Just these 2,000 pieces. I don't have a single piece more." Mo Qinggu and Chu Lu burst into laughter. Much of the gloominess from before was naturally gone. Mo Tianji raised his eyebrows, feeling refreshed. "Yes, I made Lu laugh. My ability to tell jokes is actually so outstanding. I've always neglected it. I'll have to try it more in the future." Of course, Chu Yang still had a surplus of souls of the purple crystal, but no matter what, it wouldn't reach 1,000,000. It was really far from it. Therefore, that ultimate formation that required 1,000,000 pieces, at least at this stage, definitely couldn't be counted on. Besides, Mo Tianji was really just joking just now. A formation that exceeded 2,000 pieces was actually not much different from this corresponding formation of 1,000 pieces, unless it really reached the level of a few 100,000 pieces. Then it would really be like what Mo Tianji said. Even if Emperor Iho, Saint Monarch, and their subordinates came to cause trouble at the same time, he was confident that he would be able to annihilate them in one fell swoop. But it was a pity that such a beautiful idea could only be imagined. Even if the entire Heaven Imperial Court and other souls of the purple crystal were added together, it would definitely not be enough to reach 50,000 pieces. This number of 1,000,000, just thinking about it made one feel that it was very, very extravagant. "There's not much time. Let's start now." Mo Tianji said, "Luo, you and the Divine Spirit need to study how to link up. It's about time to start preparing now." Chu Lu responded obediently. This response made Mo Tianji feel inexplicably touched. "It seems that Miss Lu hasn't been so gentle to me in a long time. By the way, is there any chance that Tan Tan will come out of seclusion in the next few days?" Mo Tianji frowned and asked, "If Tan Tan can coincidentally come out of seclusion, his strength that has been hidden and not exposed previously will become our greatest hidden trump card in this round." Chu Yang shook his head. "This is really hard to say. I just went to take a look this morning. The cocoon that Tan Tan is hiding in is still motionless, but there are signs that it's getting thicker and thicker. There's not much time now. The possibility of him coming out of seclusion in the next few days is really not very high." Mo Tianji let out an "oh." Evidently, he was a little disappointed. After the two of them finished their discussion, Chu Yang immediately returned to his own room. He calmed down and started to modify Mo Lei Er's warm snow sword. This unexpected gain may also be a new hidden trump card. Chu Yang looked at the two parts of the sword. He had already decided that he would completely forge this sword into an ultimate divine weapon. The second day was an extremely rare day of peace in Chonghua City in the past 6 months. There were actually no conflicts or killings. The registration office at the city gate was still going on. A large number of people were still surging in. Chonghua City was now known as the #1 city of dark cloud sky. It was said that it could handle 70 million people in a day, but now it was already full to bursting. The flow of people was seriously over the limit. Under the great coordination of the government, many rich families emptied part of their houses and turned them into inns to accommodate the people of the pugilistic world. Even some of the empty places in their houses were built into temporary accommodation. Also, even the ordinary families squeezed into one house and emptied the other houses to accommodate the people of the pugilistic world. No one objected to these decisions. On the contrary, the people were all very excited. To the rich families, this was a heaven-sent opportunity to make friends in the pugilistic world. Such an opportunity was simply not available before. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more options you have. By making friends with such people, at least the safety of their families in the future would be more guaranteed. Their own business path would be smoother. If they encountered a crisis, they could also turn misfortune into blessing because of making friends today. Of course, the people of the pugilistic world were both good and bad. There were definitely hidden dangers, but these hidden dangers were deliberately ignored by people. This was Cheonghua City, the imperial city of dark cloud sky. Who dared to be impudent here? As for the ordinary people, they were also very happy, because as long as it was a person of the pugilistic world who moved in, no matter if they were good or evil, when facing the ordinary people, they would usually appear very generous. How would the experts of the pugilistic world who thought that they were qualified to participate in the dark cloud sky emperor's ascension ceremony have any designs on the ordinary people? Or stingy? That was simply impossible, since they had traveled thousands of miles to come here, which one of them was not a rich and powerful guest. The rental fee that they casually paid was often a huge amount of wealth that some people could not earn in their lifetime, and they were only staying for such a short period of time. For this, they could sacrifice themselves and their families a little in exchange for a happy life in the future. It was simply too worth it. And many people of the pugilistic world also felt that this trip was not in vain. Cheonghua City was, after all, the imperial city of dark cloud sky. The ordinary people here were as numerous as the ocean. When some people of the pugilistic world entered their rented houses, they would accidentally discover that the family's young grandson was actually very talented in martial arts. Moreover, his aptitude was not bad, and his foundation was excellent. To these people who thirsted for talent and hoped to pass on their skills, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. After some discussion, that family knew that their descendant had a heaven-sent opportunity to become an expert. No matter how reluctant they were, they had to fulfill the wish of the martial artist. In the end, everyone was happy. A single expert could make a family prosper for 1,000 years without decline. This was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. How could they not be willing? Cheonghua City was full of joy and tranquility. But whether it was the people of the pugilistic world, the army, the officials, or even the ordinary people of Cheonghua City, they could all keenly feel that there was a surging undercurrent quietly approaching. In the midst of the firecrackers and the joyous atmosphere, the entire sky was a kind of stillness. That kind of heavy atmosphere, no matter how lively it was hard to disperse. As the date of the ceremony approached day by day, the people walking on the streets, whether they were officials, ordinary people, or experts of the pugilistic world, each and every one of them had a solemn expression. All was silent, waiting for the rain to come. Chapter 2381. The storm was about to arrive. Everyone could see the storm approaching, but everyone was waiting in silence. In the last few days, even those who were drinking in the restaurants, whether they were ordinary citizens or people of the pugilistic world, all of them were talking softly. No one dared to make a ruckus and cause trouble. It was also on this day that Mo Tianji and Chu Yang received a huge piece of news. This news made these two daring people dizzy. They were almost scared out of their wits. This time, Mo Yuntian was the new emperor. Demon Empress Yao Xen announced to the world that she would personally attend the ceremony. This news directly shook the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The master of Demon Emperor Heaven, who hadn't stepped out of Demon Emperor Heaven for tens of thousands of years, actually came to attend this ceremony personally. However, only 1 hour later, another huge piece of news made the entire Heaven Imperial Court fall into a huge state of shock. The master of Eastern Royal Heaven, Donghuang Shuelehan, announced to the world, "I will personally attend Mo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony and fully support his ascension." Donghuang announced to the world, "Anyone who dares to cause trouble during Jasper Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony will be the enemy of the entire Eastern Royal Heaven." With Donghuang Shue's reputation, the Eastern Royal Heaven's valiant strength that was ranked at the top of the 10 heavens and earth to announce this piece of news, the impact could really be said to be world-shaking. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to cause trouble, not only would they have to face Mo Yuntian, they would also have to face the entire Eastern Royal Heaven and even Donghuang Shuelehan himself. Other than facing Donghuang, they might also have to face the entire Demon Emperor Heaven. The master of Demon Emperor Heaven, Demon Empress Yao Xian, might also be involved. No matter how strong they were or how confident they were in themselves, they would probably have some doubts in their hearts. Was he that piece of material? Could he carry the 3 heavens and earth? The 3 heavenly emperors? Among Emperor Yi and Empress Yao Xian, Donghuang Shuelehan was ranked first, while Demon Empress Yao Xian was ranked second. These 2 people announced that they would attend the ceremony at the same time and express their strong support for Mo Yuntian's new emperor, causing the entire Heaven Imperial Court to be filled with a strange feeling. The Heaven Imperial Court's territory was vast, but the various heavens and earth had their own ways to transmit the news to any place in the Heaven Imperial Court. The world instantly boiled over. Everyone in the Heaven Tower fixed their eyes on Mo Yuntian at this moment. At this moment, Mo Yuntian became the focus of the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Only half a day had passed since the previous wave of news that shocked the entire heavenly layer. The other heavens and earths seemed to have joined in the fun and suddenly made the same decision at the same time. It was a major decision that could truly shake the world. After Demon Empress Yao Xian and Donghuang Shuelehan, Extreme Sky Sovereign Emperor Zui Wuqing also officially announced that he would personally attend the Ascension ceremony of Emperor Mo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. For those who were in the know, if Shuelehan and the Demon Empress still had a legitimate reason to attend the coronation ceremony, then the reason why Zui Wuqing, the Supreme Celestial Emperor, announced that he would personally attend the coronation ceremony was somewhat remarkable and thought-provoking. Zui Wuqing could be said to be a hardcore supporter of the Saint Emperor. With regards to this news, everyone in the world was discussing it, each with their own opinions. However, this topic had just heated up when they heard the Heaven Tower's bell ring again. This time, it was the voice of the Great Overarching Heaven. Great Overarching Heaven's Limitless Celestial Emperor Ziwuji announced to the Heaven Tower, His Majesty Limitless Celestial Emperor will also personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Mo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Following the 4 celestial emperors' statements, one after another, everyone faintly had a premonition that this matter would absolutely not end like this. There would still be many changes in the future. Indeed, after a cup of tea's time, Stupa Heaven's Emperor Mo Huichin announced he would personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Mo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor, and he would also present the coronation gift to Emperor Mo Yuntian, specially presenting a generous gift at the coronation ceremony and explaining this matter to the whole world. This action undoubtedly expressed his support for Emperor Mo Yuntian. Moreover, it also implied that he had the intention of forming an alliance. The world was once again shocked. What exactly was the background of this Jasper Flower Emperor? He actually had friendly relations with Stupa Heaven's Emperor? However, the shock was far from over. Big Western Sky's Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang announced, His Majesty Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor will personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Mo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. Green Firmament Skies Wu Wei Heavenly Emperor Mo Qingqing announced, Wu Wei Heavenly Emperor will personally attend South Pole Sky's Ice and Snow Heavenly Emperor Meng Jinghui announced. He will personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Mo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. North Pole Skies Yanyang Heavenly Emperor Long Inghuan announced. His Majesty will personally attend the coronation ceremony of Emperor Mo Yuntian's Jasper Flower Emperor. This news, one after another, was like a rainbow connecting heaven and earth, stretching across the blue sky and not dispersing for a long time. There wasn't no one in the world who wasn't shocked. One news after another was like muffled thunder, heavily bombarding everyone's heart without interruption. It made everyone who heard it feel dizzy. Everyone simultaneously realized that a grand ceremony of the century covering the entire Heaven Tower was about to open its curtains. This would be the #1 grand event in the entire Heaven Tower in the past 1,000,000 years, ever since Purple Firmament's incident and Purple Firmament's Emperor Zihao's fall. This was still the first emperor's first time being able to gather together, so completely. Gather in Ink Cloud Sky, Eastern Royal Sky, Demon Emperor Sky, Extreme Sky, Green Firmament Sky, Great Overarching Sky, Stupa Sky, Great Western Sky, South Pole Sky, and the Crimson North Sky, which was created by the Holy Monarch and replaced the Purple Firmament Sky that was originally occupied by the Heavenly Demons. Finally, there was the Ink Cloud Sky. Heaven Imperial Palace, DE, and Empress D were all present. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. The people of Mayan Sky were running around to spread the news. In all of history, there had never been a celestial emperor who'd caused such a huge commotion when ascending the throne, nor had there ever been a celestial emperor who'd had as much face as Emperor Jasper. D1 and Empress gathered in Ink Cloud Sky. What a grand occasion this was. Every citizen of Dark Cloud Sky felt a sense of pride from the bottom of their hearts. Throughout history and in the future, only our Jade Flower Emperor had such ability. Someone simply said, "What are you guys so proud of?" Maybe they're all here to laugh at your Jade Flower Great Emperor, and you're so proud of it. You'll cry in the future. But the man didn't finish his sentence. He was already torn to shreds by the furious citizens of Mayan Sky. Mo Tianji, who had obtained the above, had a headache, because if these celestial emperors wanted to come personally, there was obviously not enough time. But if the time was changed at the last minute and accommodated to these people, not only would it be inauspicious for the Ascension ceremony, it would also weaken Mayan Sky's prestige out of thin air, as if Mayan Sky was afraid of those celestial emperors who couldn't make it in time. But if they didn't change the time of the ceremony and still carried out according to the original plan, then, by the time the celestial emperors arrived, the ceremony would have long been over. What was the point of coming? I'll take a day off tomorrow. For this period of time, I haven't slept for a few days, and my train of thought is difficult. Everyone can also see that I'm taking a day off to sort out my thoughts. Chapter 2382. This would not only offend the heavenly emperors who couldn't make it in time, but also offend the great heavenly emperor at the same time. This was equivalent to setting up an unrivaled enemy. This would undoubtedly be detrimental to Mo Yuntian's development in the future. They couldn't wait, and they couldn't wait either. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. All the people in charge of arranging the ceremony were helpless. Even Mo Tianji was at a loss. He frowned and paced back and forth, but he couldn't think of an effective strategy. Everything was wrong. Don't worry, there will be a solution. Chu Yong was calm. There will be a comprehensive plan. Just wait and see. Big brother, stop fooling around. How can there be a comprehensive plan in this situation? Mo Tianji lost his temper. These bastards didn't come earlier or later. It's obviously too late now. It's as if they have planned to make things difficult for Mo Yuntian. Mo Tianji said fiercely, "Making things difficult for Mo Yuntian is making things difficult for Xie Danqiong. Making things difficult for Xie Danqiong is making things difficult for us brothers. When we are fully grown in the future, We will drag all these people down one by one. After D.E. us brothers, Qing Wu and Lu, I will make up for it. Together with Zi Xiaotian, we have great Demon King Tan waiting to make up for it. It's as if they are tailor-made for us, right? Isn't it? Mo Tian Ji said in exasperation. Chu Yang laughed heartily. It was from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't that Chu Yang was heartless. He could be so open-minded at such a critical juncture. It was really rare to see Mo Tianji so anxious. It was really a rare sight to see Mo Tianji so exasperated at this moment. Then tell me, how can there be a comprehensive plan in this situation? Mo Tianji said they agreed to come together at this time. It's obvious that they want to see a joke. It's obvious. He snorted heavily and slapped the table. It's obvious that they want to force us to abdicate. They are just looking for trouble. And I asked you to set the time. But even if you set it, you still have to change it. Just because of one sentence from us. That's clearly what he meant. He clearly wants to humiliate Mo Yuntian and all of us. Mo Tianji's eyes were spitting fire. It was no wonder that Mo Tianji would get angry when he saw the current situation. His brothers were working together, and they were about to achieve victory. But a group of powerful enemies had suddenly appeared at the last moment. Moreover, they were super powerful enemies that were hard to match. It was a good comparison. It was originally a primary school basketball game, but it was about to end. All of a sudden, the opposing team changed their players at the last minute, and all of them were NBA professional basketball players. How was the other side going to play? No matter how he played, he would still lose. The victory that was in his hands would vanish in an instant. That feeling was enough to infuriate anyone. Chu Yang was still unperturbed as he said, "You don't know anything else, but you can't possibly think that the Demon Empress is also messing with us, right? You have to know that his son Yao Ningning is on our side right now, and he's as busy as a spinning top." Mo Tianji was startled when he heard that. "Yes, you mean, I think you've been so busy recently that you've forgotten to be flexible at the very least. As long as the Demon Empress gives us face and makes a statement to ask us to change the date, we can take advantage of that and live for all the time. In that case, won't everything be fine?" Chu Yang calmly twisted his neck and said, "If the Demon Empress doesn't give us face, it doesn't matter. Let's just take care of Yao Ningning. I believe that it won't be difficult to make this great master cause a ruckus when his mother arrives." "Good idea. It's indeed a good idea." Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. "Even if the Demon Empress can't do it, there's still Donghuang Shueleihan." Chu Yang smiled and said confidently, "If he doesn't give us face, we'll take care of him when he comes. Don't worry, although we can't beat him, he has to give us face. This is definitely not a problem. I'll say it. Why are you so domineering? Why does Donghuang have to give you face?" Mo Tianji was puzzled by this. Don't worry. I have a plan." Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the Demon Empress and the two Heavenly Emperors made a request to the Heavenly Imperial Court at the same time. "Your Majesty, due to the long journey, we can't make it in time. Can we postpone the Ascension ceremony for a few days?" Such a request turned into a shocking rainbow that hung in the sky and lasted for an entire afternoon. Mo Yuntian was instantly excited. "Look, our Jade Flower Emperor has so much face. He's really amazing. Even the famous Donghuang and the Demon Empress have to ask us to postpone the date. This attitude is really too low. It's too respectable." The other Heavenly Emperors, especially those who had bad intentions, were also stunned by this news. "Fuck! In all the heavens and earth, the two of you are clearly the closest to each other. The two of you can reach without wasting any time. There's absolutely no possibility of delay. Now, the two of you actually gave Jade Flower Emperor a way out. What the fuck is this?" Facing such a humble and considerate request from the Heavenly Emperors and the Demon Empress, Mo Yuntian quickly responded. Jade Flower Emperor personally announced to the world, "Thank you, your majesties, for giving me face." Xiadanqiong is extremely grateful. Under the orders of His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress, this ceremony will be postponed for half a month. The schedule of this grand ceremony is due to my lack of consideration. I have neglected that your majesties have a long journey ahead of you. I sincerely apologize. The situation was very obvious. Jade Flower Emperor's attitude was also quite humble, and such a humble attitude wasn't abrupt at all. It even made people feel comfortable. No one would think that Jade Flower Emperor was threatened and had no choice but to postpone the date. The reason was very simple. It was purely to return the favor. You have my peaches, and I'll repay you with my jade. To put it simply, you gave me face, so I'll give you even more face. As long as one had a discerning eye, they would be able to sense the deeper meaning behind his words. The benevolent, magnanimous, and kind Jade Flower Emperor. At this point, Mo Tianji was finally completely relieved. As De and the Empress announced that they would attend the ceremony, the frequency of the 10,000 saints' true spirits sent by the saint to enter Jade Flower City suddenly decreased by a lot. Day by day, the number of 10,000 saints' true spirits decreased. After 3 days, they basically disappeared without a trace. Does that person in the dark have some misgivings about Jun Iho's group? Chu Yang asked. After all, De and the Empress are all here. With their knowledge, the secret of the 10,000 saints' true spirits can't be hidden from them. Once it's exposed, it'll be a huge disaster. Although that person in the dark has the highest cultivation and unparalleled power, he may not be able to withstand the combined attacks of De and the Empress. Let's not be too blindly optimistic. Mo Tianji frowned deeply and said, "He doesn't necessarily need to be so careful. De and the Empress are both knowledgeable and have strong cultivations. If they really join forces, De and the Empress won't be a match for him alone. However, the problem now is that many of De and the Empress are his people. Even if they don't completely obey his orders, they are still on the same side. If they really fight, it's hard to say who will win. So, there's something fishy about this matter?" Chu Yang frowned. "I'm afraid it's still very fishy." Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. "Now that the matter of the Ascension date has come to an end, the thing I'm most worried about now is if those 10,000 saints' true spirits mix in with the entourage of the other heavenly emperors and come with them. That'll be very troublesome and difficult to deal with." Chu Yang, it's impossible for a heavenly emperor to go out and participate in such an important ceremony without at least a guard of honor. If those people mix in with the guard of honor, do we have to ask a heavenly emperor to go and register? Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. "If that's the case, then it'll be really troublesome. I hope it doesn't come to that." Chu Yang also felt helpless, because if the other party really did act like this, it would be an unsolvable situation. They could only wait for the other party to make a move and then deal with it. That would be too passive. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. Now that it's come to this point, everything is already out of our control. The only thing we can do now is take it step by step and deal with it as it comes. Chu Yang was silent for a long time before he said, "The mysteries of heaven and the affairs of the world are unpredictable and unpredictable. No matter what, it won't develop according to everyone's wishes and preparations. Unexpected. Perhaps this is where the charm lies." Mo Tianji nodded slowly. "Yes, I understand this principle. Also, the sigh just now was just a sigh. Our previous preparations weren't all in vain. Those that can be put to use can still be put to use. Now, we still have a lot of time before the ceremony. Right now, the most important thing to do is to raise the cultivation of the brothers first. When the time comes, we still have to deal with it as it comes. With the wisdom of us two brothers and the strength we have now, and with the advantage of being the host, the possibility of failure is actually very small. Not to mention that we have other external help. The chances of success are very high." Mo Tianji smiled faintly. His eyes emitted a calm light. His hand gently played with a small, white jade porcelain cup, and he said, "Thinking that soon I might be able to fight with some people after DE. I really look forward to it." Chu Yang sat quietly. The tip of his eyebrows and the corners of his eyes were not inferior in the slightest. They were also filled with the spirit of fighting the world. At this moment, both of them had the same feeling. The road to the peak was under their feet. After this incident, Brother Jia would officially step onto the stage of the strong. I didn't do anything yesterday. I stayed away from the computer and ran to the flower greenhouse. I walked back and forth for the whole day. I chatted with this female boss and that female boss for a while. I asked about this pot of flowers, then looked at that pot of flowers, haggled over the price, and then praised it. Finally, I looked in my pocket and said, "I forgot to bring money today." I walked from morning to afternoon, and then I didn't buy anything. Moreover, I chatted very well with a flower seller. In the end, I even snatched a small pot of green jade lotus as a bonus. Chapter 2383. No matter what everyone was thinking, time still passed by bit. The trajectory of time would not stay for anyone. Heaven Zen platform. Heaven Zen platform. Ascension without hesitation. Heaven level. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun opened. This was an exceptionally huge building. It covered an area of thousands of acres. The lowest level was a huge square. In the middle of the square was a building that looked like a pagoda, but it was even more majestic. There were 81 eaves on each floor, and they extended outwards. They were at least 300 feet long, and at the tip of each eave hung a colorful and resplendent purple crystal wind chime. Just each component of the wind chime was the size of a human head. 80 of them formed a string and hung down from the sky. When the wind blew, the melodious sound made people intoxicated, and they could not help but want to listen for a while longer. Every level had a huge square. At the front were white jade seats that were quietly arranged in rows. At the back was the square that could accommodate many spectators. Every square could accommodate tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spectators. Between the squares of every level, there was an extremely wide passageway that led directly to the next level. This was the so-called Heaven Stairway. Only the Heaven Stairway that faced the south and back to the north was covered with a bright yellow carpet. It was 100 feet wide and looked exceptionally majestic. It led all the way to the top. On both sides of the carpet, there were pillars that were several feet in diameter and carved with dragons and phoenixes. They were 100 feet tall and were like 2 rows of loyal guards that stood quietly and were evenly arranged. At the top there was only one seat, a chair that overlooked the world. This was the seat of the Heavenly Emperor. The 8th level temporarily added 10 such chairs. They were prepared for DE and Empress. In this way, there was one chair in each direction. Each of them corresponded to the position of their respective heaven and earth. These 10 chairs were exactly the same as the chair at the very top, regardless of whether it was the texture or the shape. The implication was that everyone was of the same status and there was no difference. The reason why there were 10 chairs instead of one was because there was also a chair that belonged to Mo Yuntian Jade Flower Great Emperor. When ascending the throne, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun had to be on the topmost chair to accept the homage of this heaven's citizens. This was a major festival belonging to Mo Yun Heaven. It was understandable. However, after the coronation ceremony was over, the Jade Flower Great Emperor still had to come down and meet with the various celestial emperors to exchange greetings. Then, she could no longer act high and mighty. Otherwise, it would be a huge breach of etiquette. She would attract a lot of hatred and offend everyone indiscriminately. This kind of arrangement was considerate of every aspect, even taking into account everyone's psychological thoughts. The 8th level even had a unique design of a sky full of stars. It symbolized that the 8th level was the universe and the heavens. Wherever the heaven and earth you are in is in the heavenly imperial court, in which direction your chair will be there. The arrangement was not messy at all. Even if she wanted to be jealous, she couldn't find it. At this moment, there were countless people rushing around the Heaven's End platform. Everyone had a solemn look on their faces, and there was no sound of conversation. They were all busy in silence. Figures in yellow robes shuttled back and forth, checking everything and any blind spots to ensure that no one made any mistakes. These people were the guards of the Jade Flower Great Emperor. They were checking the progress of this huge project. Every place, every nook and cranny was checked over and over again, countless times. If one looked down from high up in the sky, they would be able to feel that there was a towering mountain below. Countless people were busy on top, just like countless ants running around silently. Mo Yun Heaven's side was still preparing anxiously. The time was getting closer and closer. Time was getting more and more pressing. Everyone in Mo Yun Heaven hoped that this grand ceremony could become an eternal grand ceremony, a perfect ceremony. This was to wash away the great humiliation brought by Yuan Tianjia, using such a grand celebration to wash away all traces of the existence of the extraterrestrial demons, including the psychological trauma. There couldn't be any mistakes in this grand ceremony. Mo Yun Heaven's people wouldn't allow even the slightest flaw to appear. On this day, Chu Yang, Zi Xieching, and Mo Qingguo took a rare stroll in the back garden, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The fragrant scent of the flowers assailed the nostrils. The two women beside Chu Yang were heavenly beauties. They were devastatingly beautiful. They were indeed more beautiful than the flowers. Minister Chu couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. He had some thoughts about it. It was usually very difficult for women who had the same man to coexist peacefully. However, this sentence obviously did not apply to Mo Qingguo. Mo Qingguo even liked to stay with Zi Xieching very much. In her heart, among men, she naturally felt the most stable and secure when she was with Chu Yang. However, among women, she felt the most secure when she was with Zi Xieching. Secondly, it was Tai Batian. Zi Xieching gave people a feeling of being backed by a tall mountain, unshakable. Mo Qingguo could basically do whatever she wanted when she was with Zi Xieching. She was even more unrestrained than when she was with Chu Yang. Moreover, Zi Xieching also doted on Mo Qingguo a lot. She liked this little sister very much, which went against most women's instincts. Then there was Tai Batian. She gave Mo Qingguo an extremely majestic sense of security, like controlling the world and ruling the world. Although Tai Butian's cultivation was much lower than Mo Qingguo's, Mo Qingguo could feel very relaxed when she was with Tai Batian. This seemed to make sense, but it also didn't. Anyway, that was the case. As for Mo Qingguo's best friend, she should be her third love rival, Wu Qianchan. When the two of them were together, they really chattered about everything. They didn't even seem to have the most basic secrets. This was a class relationship that had been nurtured through the fight between Chu and Mo Qingguo. Big Sister Z, why did you think of shedding your demon body and cultivating your body to become a human? Aren't you afraid of pain? I heard that the process is not only extremely painful, but also extremely dangerous. In the past, many demon seniors had their souls dispersed at this stage. Those who succeeded were almost 1 in 10,000. I'm really curious. Why did you do it? Mo Qingguo talked about a top-secret information she got from the Wind Fox. This was Yao Ningning's loose tongue. He told his sweetheart by Shi Xian, and by Shi Xian naturally wouldn't hide it from Mo Qingguo, her former master. Shedding my demon body and cultivating my body to become a human? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's whole body trembled. He only felt his heart tremble. He couldn't help but raise his head abruptly and look at Zi Xieching, who had an indifferent face. What reason do I need for this? Zi Xieching glanced at Chu Yang lightly and said indifferently, It's just that I've had enough of being a demon and want to taste what it's like to be a real human. Although the process has some risks and pain, It's all in the past. Wouldn't it spoil my good mood by mentioning it now? That Yao Ningning always likes to exaggerate things for no reason. I'll have to have a good chat with him later. Mo Qinggu smiled and said, the reason why Big Sister Z is willing to make such a big sacrifice is actually for Chu Yang, right? Zi Xieching's face suddenly flushed red. She said angrily, little girl, you're asking for a beating. Why would I do such a thing for a stinky man? Although her voice seemed to be resolute, no matter how one listened to it, there was a hint of wanting to cover it up. Huge waves instantly surged in Chu Yang's heart, and he couldn't control himself for a moment. Chu Yang wasn't a fool. How could he not understand why Zi Xieching did this? How could he not understand how much pain she would have to bear by doing this? Zi Xieching did this entirely for herself. For the sake of the future, no one would say, look, this Chu Yang, the wife of the Tribulation Swordmaster, is actually from the demon race. The legendary human demon love. And for the sake of bearing children in the future, so that they wouldn't be like those deformed children born from the union of the demon race and human race, with a human head and a human body, but with a tail that only demons would have, for she did everything by herself and bore all of it. But she didn't say anything to him, not even a little bit. She just silently bore all of it by herself and kept everything in the bottom of her heart, no matter if it was pain or torture. Actually, I don't care. I really don't care. Chu Yang said softly, I only want us to be happy together. Everything else is really not important, even if, who cares if you care or not? Do you think you're someone important? What does this have to do with you? Zi Xieching flew into a rage out of humiliation. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't stay any longer. Her white figure flashed, and she fled in a panic. Her speed actually made Chu Yang look askance. However, Mo Qingwu could clearly hear her intense heartbeat when she was about to leave, like the beating of a drum. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh, his heart filled with mixed feelings. It was undeniable that an inexplicable sweetness welled up in his heart, and it didn't go away for a long time. You're such a playboy. Mo Qingwu snorted and stomped her feet. Although she was pouting coquettishly, her playfulness was delightful, and it could make anyone fall for her. Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly and hugged Mo Qingwu in his arms. He said softly, I'm really a playboy. Qingwu, you know, I originally wanted to only have you and me in this life, but I didn't manage to do it. I'm sorry. Mo Qingwu was silent for a while after hearing that. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she said softly, Chu Yang, I've forgotten a lot of things in the past. Now, I just want to be a happy little girl. For you, as long as you can be happy, those things are nothing, Chu Yang said softly, but there are still some traces that have to be left behind. Those traces make my heart ache. Mo Qingwu was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she smiled faintly and said somewhat sadly, whether you're a playboy or not, you're already many, many times better than before. She smiled sadly and said, in the past, I didn't even want to be your concubine, or even the lowliest maid. Now, I'm already very satisfied, as long as I can accompany you. Such a wish was something that I didn't even dare to dream of at that time. Chapter 2384. Chu Yang's heart ached as he held her tightly in his arms. His chin gently stroked the hair on Mo Qingwu's head as he murmured, in this life, I would rather betray the heavens. Mo Qingwu raised her head and gazed at Chu Yang's face affectionately. She said softly, I'm already infinitely satisfied. Chu Yang, is everything in front of me real? The bright red bow on her head was dancing. She looked at Chu Yang and slowly moved her soft lips closer. Her petal-like lips kissed Chu Yang's lips gently. She said softly, this is a gentleness that I've never dreamed of. I'm really afraid that when I open my eyes again, I'll wake up with a start and my dreams will turn into nothing. Her lips parted slightly. Chu Yang's heart ached again. He suddenly hugged Mo Qingwu's entire body tightly in his arms and kissed Emo Chingu's fragrant lips madly, not allowing her to escape from his arms. Emo Chingu shuddered for a moment before she reacted passionately. She tiptoed and tried hard to welcome the kiss of her sweetheart. She murmured softly, her voice vague. "I'm satisfied." A teardrop fell from the corner of Emo Chingu's eye during their passionate kiss. It slid down between the 4 lips that were glued together. Both of them felt the sourness of that teardrop at the same time. Emo Chingu closed her eyes. From now on, there would be no more inner demons. That teardrop was an eternal farewell between the past life and the present life, never to be missed again. She told herself this in her heart. Then, she threw herself into the sweet kiss with Chuyang. She opened up all her heart and gave her entire body, soul, and beauty to him after a long, long time. The 4 lips finally separated. Both of them were panting. Emo Chingu's eyes were no longer clear. There was only intoxication and some satisfaction after the kiss ended. Emo Chingu's red lips were already slightly swollen. She looked at Chuyang in a daze. Her pearly white teeth gently bit her plump red lips. Her face was flushed red. Such a wonderful scene was really hard to describe. Chuyang had never been a Taoist teacher. His mood was stirred by the sight of this. He was about to pounce on Chuyang again to launch a big bite. But at this moment, an untimely voice coughed. With a somewhat mocking smile, someone said softly, "It seems that I've come at a bad time." Emo Chingu was startled when she heard this. She let out an ah sound and hurriedly struggled free from Chuyang's arms. Then she slipped away with a whoosh sound. She was both embarrassed and embarrassed at the same time. She didn't even look back to see who had arrived. She had already escaped in a very distressed manner and had only left behind a wisp of fragrant wind. Chuyang turned his head and fiercely glared at the newcomer. He gnashed his teeth and said, "If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you right now, I would have beaten you until you can't take care of yourself. Let's see if you still dare to talk like this." How could Chuyang not fly into a rage after such a beautiful occasion was disturbed? That person laughed heartily and appeared suavely. He naturally had a kind of graceful bearing, as if he was a sovereign who had descended from the heavens and was looking down on all living things. The whole world seemed to have become exceptionally quiet and gentle the moment this person appeared. It was as if even the sound of the wind was as gentle as the breathing of a lover. This person stood there with his arm resting. He smiled faintly and said, "I really didn't expect that in less than 2 years you could actually come to this step. Chuyang, you really amaze me." This person's voice was full of praise and surprise. "What's wrong, Your Majesty Donghuang? Is there a time when you're surprised?" Chuyang said coldly and angrily. The person who had come was, of course, the publicly acknowledged second most powerful expert in the world, the first after Di, the lord of the vast eastern royal heavens, Eastern sovereign, Shuel Leihan. Currently, both Di and Empress were rushing here, but with everyone's status, it was already enough for them to arrive 2 or 3 days earlier. They even had to deliberately delay on the way. It would be even better if they could arrive just before the ceremony. The ceremonial guards of the Eastern Royal Heavens were already on their way. Every day they would be in contact with Emo Yuntian, but they didn't expect that when the ceremonial guards were still hundreds of thousands of miles away, Shuel Leihan actually came here in advance and became an uninvited guest. He even ruined Chuyang's happy occasion. Is there a need to be so hostile? Isn't it just a matter of interrupting the happy occasion of 2 old friends? Shuel Leihan laughed and walked closer slowly. He patted Chuyang's shoulder and said, "This time don't be a jerk." Chuyang sighed and rolled his eyes. "Not only do you have a cheap mouth, you're also talkative. You're meddling too much." But there was a determined look in his eyes. "How can I be such a jerk this time? No matter what, I won't." Shuel Leihan sighed and said, "In my life, I've only seen a few women like Chingu who are passionate. If her lover is a god, then she will be able to help him become a supreme god, and she will also become the Holy Mother. But if her lover is a devil, then she will become the devil's right-hand woman, and she will also fall into the abyss. She will always be Ghost Mother Rakshasa and will have no regrets. As he said, Shwe Lehan sighed sadly. It seemed to be hinting at something, but the tone and the deep sense of helplessness made Chu Yang feel surprised. Chu Yang was startled and said, "You mean?" A complicated expression flashed across Shwe Lehan's face. He said softly, "My younger sister was also like this back then. It's a pity that Chingu is blessed and has a chance to start over again. My younger sister. Well, perhaps in her heart she's also blessed." Ha! The last laugh was filled with inexplicable bitterness. Your sister? Chu Yang was a little enlightened, but also a little puzzled. In his previous life, Shwe Lehan became the number one in the world and became friends with Mo Chingu. He especially favored Mo Chingu, but he still didn't understand why. So the ultimate reason was actually here. It was just that he had never heard that the East Sovereign actually had a sister. Light as a dream, dancing and chanting in the sea of blood and mountains of bones, holding a sword for 1,000 miles, not asking about it, following to the heavens in life and death. Shwe Lehan's voice was full of heartfelt melancholy. He murmured, "You are following to the heavens in life and death, but what about me? What should I do? By doing this, aren't you making me live in contradiction and pain for the rest of my life?" Chu Yang frowned, obviously not understanding what he meant, but he also knew that Shwe Lehan's sigh was definitely not for Mo Chingu, but for his sister. Look on the bright side. Every family has its own difficulties. Chu Yang sighed. Shwe Lehan chuckled, shook his head, and sighed deeply again. "Oh, right, you came at the right time. I just happened to have a big news that I urgently need to discuss with you." Chu Yang sighed. Thinking of the saint's 10,000 saints' true spirit, his heart felt a little stifled, and Shwe Lehan was the only person who could possibly solve this problem. "What big news can actually make you so nervous?" Shwe Lehan laughed. "It's a big news that is guaranteed to shock you. It's also a big news that can shake the foundation of the Heaven Imperial Court." Chu Yang hurriedly pulled Shwe Lehan and entered the secret chamber. Only the two of them were inside. "Let's make some arrangements first. The content of our conversation is extremely important. We can't let anyone eavesdrop on it, or it could lead to a fatal disaster at any time." Chu Yang said very seriously and seriously, "A fatal disaster? Haha, is it that serious?" Shwe Lehan smiled helplessly. With a wave of his hand, the entire space was instantly enveloped by the East Sovereign's divine sense. This was the East Sovereign's unique domain, a powerful domain that even the first Emperor and Empress De and the only saint couldn't break through. "What exactly is it? You can finally say it now." Shwe Lehan's expression was very relaxed. Right now, he didn't even think about what kind of news Chu Yang was going to bring to him. He even didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Whatever it is, Chu Yang might think it's a big deal, but in the East Sovereign eye, it might not be a big deal. Therefore, he was making a mountain out of a molehill. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there were at most 2 or 3 people who could pose a threat to him. A fatal disaster? This word seemed to have been missing from him for far too long. At this moment, Shwe Lehan obviously didn't even dream that what Chu Yang was about to say was really 2 great weapons to Shwe Lehan. 2 super bombs that lived up to their names. This super shocking news, even if it was Dong Huang Shwe Lehan, even Shwe Lehan would definitely not be able to bear it alone, especially the other one. To others, it might be super shocking, but to Shwe Lehan, it was even more important than the extraterrestrial demons. This was something that Chu Yang, who was about to tell him everything, definitely didn't know about. Recently, too many strange things have happened in Mo Yuntian. The specifics are like this. Chu Yang explained from a shallow to a deep level. As Chu Yang spoke more and more, Shwe Lehan's eyes, which were originally distant, gradually became serious. When he heard that everyone who died didn't have any soul energy left, and there weren't any soul waves in the surroundings, and we didn't use any means to destroy souls at that time. These people were all first-class experts. Xue Leihan stood up with a swoosh. He looked at Chu Yang with a burning gaze and asked in a deep voice, "Chu Yang, is this true? Is this true?" "Absolutely true." Chu Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded solemnly as well. Upon hearing that, Xue Leihan's expression changed again. He was no longer composed. And Chu Yang's expression was also silent. He only felt a chill in his heart. Originally, Chu Yang still had a sliver of hope in his heart that this might not be the 10,000 saints' celestial spirit, or maybe the 10,000 saints' celestial spirit was no longer a big deal to the current Iho. At least, it wouldn't be able to cause too much of an impact. But now, seeing Xue Leihan's reaction, all the sliver of hope in Chu Yang's heart instantly disappeared, like snow melting under the scorching sun. Chapter 2385. The 10,000 Saints' true spirit is actually the reappearance of this disastrous thing. Wasn't that thing destroyed long ago? Why did it suddenly appear again? Xue Leihan's eyes were filled with intense worry. He let out a long sigh. The reappearance of the 10,000 Saints' true spirit means that the entire Heaven Imperial Court is about to face another catastrophe. This is no small matter. We have to treat it with caution. Xue Leihan frowned. Is it really the 10,000 Saints' true spirit? I heard some things about the 10,000 Saints' true demon from the 7 Stars Guard. This demon was exterminated by all of you back then. Chu Yang said seriously, "Then the one who can possibly obtain the inheritance of the 10,000 Saints' true demon must be one of you?" Xue Leihan smiled bitterly. "You don't have to beat around the bush. I know what you're suspecting and who you're suspecting. Sigh. It's no longer a suspicion now. It's a confirmed fact." Chu Yang said word by word, "It's that person." Xue Leihan's face, which had just regained its calm, turned dark again. His expression was filled with a kind of contradiction from the bottom of his heart. He sighed repeatedly. And Yuan Tianjie's true identity as a heavenly demon was actually known by that person beforehand. Chu Yang threw out another bomb. Even the division of heaven and earth back then had many conspiracies in it. Xue Leihan's face became more and more gloomy, worried, and ugly. After Yuan Tianjie died, I found his personal letter. That letter recorded the happiest memories of his life and many earth-shattering secrets. Many of them were inextricably linked to that person. Chu Yang said word by word, his eyes staring intently at Xue Leihan's face. After De, Chu Yang trusted Dong Huang the most. No matter what others did, Chu Yang believed that Xue Leihan was righteous and would never hurt him, and he would uphold justice. But he didn't expect that this matter would make Xue Leihan so conflicted and not as resolute as Chu Yang had imagined. What exactly was recorded in it? Xue Leihan asked bitterly. It recorded the journey of that person, from a first-rate martial artist to the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court. Although the description of the process is brief, it's organized and can't be fake. Chu Yang said, "Back then, that person used the power of the Xue clan, the #1 conglomerate in the world." At this point, Chu Yang's heart suddenly jolted. He stopped talking and raised his head to look at Xue Leihan in a daze. He finally understood what he had felt was wrong all this time. The #1 financial magnate in the world, the Xue family, the #1 beauty in the world, Xue Xian the head of the Xue family, Xue Chenyang. As for the person before him, the Lord of the Eastern Royal Heavens, Xue Leihan, there was only one thing in common between all of them. Snow. Snow, snow, snow. Chu Yang was shocked. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He recalled the words in Yuan Tianming's handwritten letter. The only daughter of the world's #1 financial magnate, the #1 beauty in the pugilistic world, Xue Xian has announced that she will marry whoever can become number one in the world. Chu Yang was at a loss. An only child. The other meaning of this sentence was that the richest man in the world, Xue Chenyang, only had one daughter. Then who is Xue Leihan? An illegitimate child that can't be exposed? It couldn't be that dramatic, could it? The most important point was that in all of Yuan Tianming's records, there was no mention of the relationship between Xue Leihan and the Xue clan. It was as if Xue Leihan and the Xue clan just happened to share the same surname. They were a completely unrelated person and a clan. But now, Chu Yang knew that the two were actually related. Moreover, it seemed that they were very, very related. This point could already be seen from Xue Leihan's expression. The East Sovereign had always been expressionless, but now he revealed such a shocked expression. If they weren't related, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. If they were related, then Chu Yang remembered very clearly that there was another paragraph in Yuan Tianming's handwritten letter. Before we consummate our marriage, Master Yin gave me a mission to kill Xue Chenyang. Back then, when Chu Yang read the sentence, he even commented on it. He was amazed by the unscrupulous means of this Master Yin. He was amazed and amazed by it. That. Chu Yang looked at Xue Leihan awkwardly. He couldn't say anything for a moment. Xue Leihan laughed bitterly. Ha ha ha. Xue Leihan's laughter was filled with the unbearable pain of the past. There was also a kind of unforgettable bitterness. He tapped the table lightly with his finger. His voice suddenly became as calm as still water. He asked quietly, "Is there anything else?" Chu Yang was sweating profusely. "Just say it. Anyway, it's been so long. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten that my surname is Xue," Xue Leihan said calmly. But under his seemingly calm voice, Chu Yang could clearly feel the extreme brewing of a volcano that was about to erupt. In Yuan Tianming's records, it was roughly like this. Working with the Xue clan, using the unparalleled wealth of the Xue clan to achieve great things. But after becoming the world's number one, before he consummated his marriage with the world's number one beauty, Xue Xian, he ordered Yuan Tianming to assassinate her. Chu Yang stole a glance at Xue Leihan's expression. Then he said in a low voice, "The head of the Xue clan conglomerate, Xue Chenyang." Xue Leihan's body trembled violently. In that instant, his face suddenly turned snow-white, completely drained of blood. He was still sitting on the chair like a mountain, not moving at all. His finger was still tapping the table lightly. The landing point was exactly the same, not the slightest bit off. It was just that even he himself didn't feel it. Although the landing point was exactly the same and the point of force was constant, a transparent hole had already silently appeared on the position of the point of force on the table from the first tap. After that, a wave of force would enter through the hole with every tap. Even the ground under his feet was full of holes. This scene made Chu Yang tremble with fear, but he didn't dare to rashly disturb him. What did this scene in front of him mean? All these signs meant that Xue Leihan's force was out of balance. The moment the force left his hand, he could still follow the initial trajectory and the most original landing point. But after that, he actually completely lost control. If it was an ordinary expert, it would still be difficult. But for a top expert like Xue Leihan, a super expert, it was an extreme display of losing control. But with such a flaw, Xue Leihan actually didn't check it at all. After a long while, Xue Leihan still looked down, but he took a deep breath. At this moment, everyone within a radius of dozens of miles felt difficulty breathing at the same time, because at this moment, even if they wanted to breathe, they actually couldn't. Fortunately, it was only for a short moment. Otherwise, more people might have died, and they would have died unjustly. And then Xue Leihan took a breath, his voice still calm as he asked. Chu Yang laughed dryly and said, "Old Xue, are you all right? We're all on the same side if—" Xue Leihan slowly raised his head. His clear eyes stared at Chu Yang's face, completely expressionless. Softly he said, word by word, "If I say, then." What? A certain king of hell who had always been audacious opened his mouth, suddenly feeling that the current atmosphere was a little horrifying. He forced himself to laugh dryly and deliberated for a moment before saying, "All right, I've also given you Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter. You can read it yourself. I also don't know what to say. Seeing you like this, I'm scared. Please forgive me." This sentence was originally a joke to ease the atmosphere, but Xue Leihan was completely unmoved. He only stretched out his hand very calmly. Silently, he stretched it out in front of Chu Yang, but cold sweat actually seeped out of Chu Yang's forehead. He could clearly see that all the knuckles of Xue Leihan's fingers had already turned white. Chu Yang was very suspicious. If he were to simply place that letter in Xue Leihan's hands, would an extremely strong force of energy instantly emerge from his hands and destroy the letter? It didn't matter if the handwritten letter was destroyed. Anyway, Chu Yang had already memorized the contents. But what would Xue Leihan, who couldn't see the contents of the handwritten letter, do? Would he become the target of Xue Leihan's outburst? Chu Yang, who had been thinking like this for a long time, actually didn't move for a long time. Xue Leihan asked again in a low voice, "Where's the handwritten letter? Did you see a ghost?" Chu Yang's expression was also very ugly at this moment. He thought to himself, "Didn't I see a ghost? You're even scarier than a ghost right now." After dawdling for a while, he finally helplessly took out Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter. "Here. There's quite a lot of content in here. You can read it yourself. As long as you have patience." Before he finished speaking, that handwritten letter was already in Xue Leihan's hands. Then, Chu Yang realized that Xue Leihan seemed to have disappeared. No, it wasn't that he had disappeared. His whole person was clearly still sitting in the same place. But Chu Yang felt that he was actually no longer here. His whole person had already merged into the world, hidden within nature. He used his terrifyingly pure mental energy to seal himself up completely. He flipped through Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter page by page. He read very seriously and very attentively, and he was also reading very slowly. At his level, he could basically read 10 lines at a glance and completely understand the meaning inside. But he read abnormally slowly. Chu Yang sighed. He simply got up and walked out into the courtyard. Chu Yang himself actually didn't know why Xue Leihan would have such a big reaction. These things that Yuan Tianjia had recorded, in the eyes of him and the others, might only be the surface meaning. There were some deeper things that he and Mo Tianji ultimately weren't involved in. Naturally, they couldn't accurately grasp some extremely subtle things. But Xue Leihan was different. Chapter 2386. Even if there were some things that Xue Leihan didn't personally experience, there were more or less some rumors. At their level, they were already well informed to a certain extent, and they would definitely pay special attention to the past experiences of experts of the same level. If there weren't even any rumors, then the huge intelligence network of the Eastern Royal Heavens would also fill in the gaps. The things that he couldn't figure out and had been confused about could all be found in Yuan Tianjia's letter. To Xue Leihan, this letter was completely a treasure trove of information. He could clarify many of the things that happened back then from between the lines. So many questions, so many puzzles. All of them could be answered. However, Chu Yang could feel that the answers that Xue Leihan could get from here were infinitely cruel to him. Using this cruelty to exchange for the truth of the past was undoubtedly very cruel. However, it was imperative to do so. All Chu Yang could do now was to wait quietly. Although Xue Leihan's current state of mind didn't need him to worry about him anymore, Chu Yang still prayed silently. He hoped that Xue Leihan could hold on, because in this there was not only the matter of the Xue clan, but also the matter of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, Zihao. That was Xue Leihan's only close friend, a brother who had gone through life and death with him. Let's wait for Xue Leihan to finish reading this letter before considering the specific next step. For a long time, the room was still silent. It was really very quiet, as if Xue Leihan was just purely looking at it. A figure suddenly flashed at the door, and Mo Tianji's figure appeared. When he wanted to walk in, he fell out with a grunt. Shui Leihan's current aura rejected anyone from entering. Chu Yang grimaced and could only walk out. As expected, the moment he walked out, that aura automatically blocked him out. Even if he wanted to enter again, it was impossible. Damn, who's inside? How can it be so exaggerated? This is too strong. Why do I feel like it's even stronger than Yuan Tianjia? Is it an illusion? Mo Tianji was really a little shocked. Although the contact just now was short, the feeling of an expert was enough. The only reason why he asked was because the conclusion was too shocking. Chu Yang said telepathically, "It's not an illusion, it's Dong Huang inside. He's reading Yuan Tianjia's letter." Concise and comprehensive, he explained everything clearly in one sentence. Mo Tianji was shocked when he heard this. Dong Huang had personally come to Mo Yuntian. Mo Tianji was unable to accept this explosive news for a while. Since when did our relationship with Dong Huang reach such a stage? Wasn't this a little too unexpected? If it was the demon empress Yao Exen, or who had suddenly descended, Mo Tianji would certainly be surprised. However, he wouldn't be as surprised as he was now. The story of Chu Yang's 2 lifetimes was really too unimaginable. There was no way to explain it at all. Therefore, the relationship between him and Shui Leihan had always been kept a secret, even to Mo Tianji and the other brothers. He only said that he had saved a trusted general under the Eastern Emperor by chance. After that, when Shui Leihan met Chu Yang, he saw that Chu Yang's constitution was extraordinary, his talent was outstanding, and he was chivalrous and gentle. Therefore, he thought highly of Chu Yang and felt like they were old friends at first sight. But the real relationship between the two parties, in the eyes of others other than Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu, was actually just SOSO. The heavenly emperors of any side of the heavenly imperial court were all old immortals who had lived for countless years. Even if they had the intention of cherishing talent, it was really not optimistic for them to really go all out and give their full assistance to a super strong person who was at the same level as them, or even one level higher. Dong Huang Shui Leihan should be related to the Shui clan in the letter. Chu Yang frowned and sighed softly. Mo Tianji's expression changed. He said, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be more beneficial for our plan?" Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji with some blame and said, "It's beneficial for our side for sure, but to Shui Leihan this fact is an extremely huge blow. Tianji, sometimes you should consider more in this aspect. Human emotions are often the most fragile, but also the most precious thing. Once missed, it's hard to find again." Chu Yang sighed. Mo Tianji nodded and said thoughtfully, "All along, my decisions have indeed been a little unkind, too decisive." Chu Yang hesitated for a moment and said, "Tianji, actually, I really can't say for sure whether your decisiveness is good or bad." Mo Tianji was also silent. Yes, whether it was as a commander or a strategist, cruelty was a must. There were times when one had to give up and times when one had to sacrifice. No matter what the decision was, as long as it involved battle and life and death, there was almost no way to have the best of both worlds. A realistic decision-maker always had to make a choice, and when he had to make a choice, it was usually a choice between 2 difficult choices. Since ancient times, the merciful couldn't command troops. This was the law. But sometimes, because of various problems, one could not consider it and could not consider it. Mo Tianji pondered for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "If there comes a day when our methods can be harmoniously and perfectly combined into one, it may be the most perfect method in the world. It's a pity that such a method will never exist." Chu Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. "So, when you make a decision, you only need to stick to it. Even if we have some objections, it doesn't matter. At most, we'll just beat you up a little. How could there be the best of both worlds in the world? Reality was never a novel. How could everything be perfect? That was really an impossible thing." At this moment, Chu Yang had also thought it through. if he really wanted to change the cruelty in Mo Tianji's bones. He was afraid that Mo Tianji wouldn't be qualified to be a strategist in this world. Everything that was sacrificed for victory, including victory in any way in industry, was bound to be cruel. This was helplessness and also reality. The two of them stood quietly in a corner outside the courtyard and waited. Mo Tianji's handsome face still had some hesitation. It seemed that he had something to say but couldn't say it. Chu Yang's mind turned, and he immediately understood. He couldn't help but feel mischievous. "What are you thinking about?" Chu Yang asked with a serious expression. "I was thinking. I want to ask you a question." Mo Tianji was somewhat hesitant as he said, "This, you and Qing Wu are childhood sweethearts, that although you aren't, Qing Wu is." A faint smile appeared on the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. He said, "What do you want to say?" "I will absolutely not object to the matter between you and Qing Wu." Mo Tianji coughed and said. Chu Yang snorted and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He said domineeringly, "Even if you object, is there any use?" These words were really sharp and didn't leave any leeway. Mo Tianji was completely defeated. Although he was Mo Qing Wu's second brother, in that girl's heart, his position was far less important than Chu Yang's. Just as Chu Yang had said, even if he objected, it would be of no use. The only consequence was that his brothers would beat him up several times, and then he would be blamed by Mo Qing Wu for many years. After a long time, Mo Tianji said, "But you, Taibu Tian Wu Qianqian, how did you get in touch?" Mo Tianji stuttered for a long time and finally asked this question. "Get in touch?" "We didn't get in touch." Chu Yang's face was full of astonishment. It seemed that he didn't understand the meaning of Mo Tianji's words. Mo Tianji almost went crazy. He scratched his head in distress. "What I mean is, how did you start?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, it didn't really start, but I could feel that they had a good impression of me. So one day I resolutely launched a surprise attack. Actually, I just kissed them, and that's how it started. It seemed very extreme, but it was actually very simple and pure." Chu Yang continued to guide her patiently and patiently. "The scariest thing in this world, especially in the affairs between men and women, is to break that layer of window paper. As long as you make it clear, everything will fall into place. Believe me, this is my experience. Chu Yang's argument might have some truth in it, but it was pure bullshit when it came to Chu Yang's own emotional experience. He had always been passive. How could he take the initiative? What experience was there to talk about? Gu Duxing might know about these things, but Mo Tianji definitely didn't know about Chu Yang's experience back then. Mo Tianji knew that there were already 4 girls who had decided to follow Chu Yang. Naturally, he believed that even if Chu Yang wasn't a master in the field of love, he was still an expert in it. Obviously, he was very interested in hearing this. He said with great interest, "Yes, I kissed them. And then, naturally, I went to bed." Chu Yang said straightforwardly. Therefore, the two beauties harmonized with each other. Raised the table to the eyebrows. Chu Yang was already prepared to receive Mo Tianji's fierce criticism and disdain. Even Chu Yang himself felt that he should be disdained for his last words. But he was really a novice. He really couldn't come up with a more pleasant story. But what he didn't expect was that Mo Tianji was actually a little moved after hearing this. He was even a little eager to give it a try. Some things always need to be tried, only by taking the first step. Chu Yang said earnestly. Mo Tianji listened and nodded repeatedly. He said in a deep voice, "Yes, yes, yes. Well, there's still some time before Lord Dongwang comes out. I have some urgent matters to attend to right now. I have to leave for a while." Chu Yang was flabbergasted as Mo Tianji turned around and left in a carefree manner. He walked faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, his figure had completely disappeared. This guy won't be so stupid that he's going to take action, right? I wonder if someone will die. Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji's back dumbfoundedly. He muttered, I didn't expect this guy to be a man of action." As he said that, he prayed very sincerely, "May the heavens bless you. I hope you won't be raped too badly." Chapter 2387. The time was very short. It was only a few minutes. Mo Tianji, who had just left, returned to Chu Yang in exasperation. He said furiously, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? It's completely useless." Chu Yang looked and saw a clear handprint on Mo Tianji's handsome face. There was even a hint of green on it. Through this handprint, he could clearly feel the slender hand that had slapped Mo Tianji's face. The corners of his mouth were also green. The master of calculation and manipulation, who had always been calm and composed, was now in a mess. This was the first time Chu Yang had seen Mo Tianji in such a sorry state. How satisfying! Seeing this, Chu Yang was really stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he couldn't help but laugh. He laughed until his nose was running, and he couldn't straighten his back. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even the dullest person would know that he had been tricked and had played the role of a fool for a while, let alone someone as smart as Mo Tianji. However, even though he was filled with anger and embarrassment, he couldn't vent his anger. In the end, he actually started laughing first. "I say, don't tell me you have a girl you like?" Chu Yang chuckled. "You went to confess just now. And did you do that?" Mo Tianji stopped smiling. He hesitated for a moment and said, No, that's possible." Chu Yang laughed evilly. "I really don't." Mo Tianji seemed to be proving something. "Really?" Chu Yang asked. I really don't. Mo Tianji bit the bullet and promised hesitantly. Chu Yang tilted his head and stared at him with a face full of suspicion. Mo Tianji felt guilty under his stare and a little sad. When he thought of the slap he had just received, he still had lingering fear and endless sadness in his heart. She still doesn't like me after all. Otherwise, why would she slap me? She didn't know that this guy had rushed back to hug her and kiss her, like a bird biting its prey. It was simply, even if the girl was willing as a girl, she should at least have some feminine restraint. Naturally, this slap had to be given. It was too unexpected. Therefore, things had developed to this point. The whole process was actually very fast. Chu Lu was working hard and sorting out the information. Mo Tianji excitedly walked in. Chu Lu was a little surprised. "You've only left for a short while. Why are you back so soon? Didn't you say you were looking for my big brother?" Mo Tianji stood there stammering for a moment. He was so stunned that he didn't say anything. He only subconsciously took a few steps forward. Chu Lu realized that Mo Tianji's face was abnormally red and his body was trembling slightly. This made Lu even more surprised. "What's wrong with you? Could it be that he was sick? Wasn't everything fine just now?" After saying that, he approached to carefully observe the situation. How could she have imagined that Mo Tianji would hold her without her guard up? Then she felt her tender cheeks being fiercely kissed by some kind of burning hot lips. At that moment, Chu Lu's heart went blank. Almost instinctively, she let out a scream and subconsciously slapped him. Then, she subconsciously kicked him again. There was no waste at all. "What are you doing?" Following Chu Lu's shameful and furious scream, Mo Tianji was instantly kicked away like a crooked prawn. Then, this guy actually slipped away with a guilty conscience. He slipped back to look for Chu Yang, the love advisor, until Mo Tianji went back to look for Chu Yang and was laughed at by Chu Yang. Chu was still holding her cheeks. Her heart was thumping wildly. She only felt that her heart was in a mess. She was surprised, happy, and embarrassed. She didn't expect that this blockhead would finally be enlightened. But why didn't he do it? Logically speaking, he should have come over to explain, right? What did he mean by being unable to control himself? What did he mean by being impulsive? What did he mean by that? But why did he just kick it out of sight? It was only after a long while that Chu Lu or felt that she had finally calmed down a little, and her heart was no longer beating as fast as before. Only then did she tiptoe to the door to see if that fellow was still around. Could it be that she had kicked him too hard just now and caused him to be seriously injured? However, she realized that Amo Tianji had already disappeared without a trace. Immediately, an indescribable sense of loss surged in her heart. Heavenly Poison young lady pouted and walked heavily into her room, leaving behind footprints with each step. She muttered angrily as she walked into her room. Blockhead! Idiot! Coward! He's just a stupid. He doesn't even know how to woo a girl. I'll ignore him in the future. I'll definitely ignore him for at least these 3 days. After waiting for Amo Tianji to come over and explain, Chulu'er was really angry now. This blockhead, no matter what it is, he's so clear about everything. He's so smart. It's as if there's nothing in this world that he doesn't know. There's also no problem that he can't solve. There's also nothing that can stump him. But why is he so slow when it comes to relationships? Was this guy's head kicked by a donkey when he was young, causing his IQ to be super high and his EQ to be close to 0? The more Chulu'er thought about it, the more depressed she became. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't understand. Why is such a smart person such an idiot when it comes to relationships? Isn't this too strange? This is simply a strange thing that is hard to understand. She didn't know that no one is perfect. It's the same for Amo Tianji. Just like how there are many people who have become great masters in their own fields, they are complete idiots in other fields. They are even worse than idiots. This is definitely not new. At this moment, Chu Yang was still interrogating Amo Tianji. However, Amo Tianji already felt that he was heartbroken. He was very depressed. If the person you like doesn't like you back, what will you do? Amo Tianji sighed deeply. He was extremely depressed. How can he ask such a question? What kind of person is this? Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. At this moment, Chu Yang and Chulu'er were in the same mood. They were extremely depressed. Chu Yang's heart was even more sullen. Motherfucker, I'm chasing your sister, and you're always picking on me. Why do you always dislike me? Do I have to help you chase my sister now? How can there be such a thing in this world? You don't help me, and you only watch me make a fool of myself. Is it because you don't have a solution? Even you don't have a solution. What should we do? Amo Tianji thought that Chu Yang sighed because this problem couldn't be solved. Thus he said dejectedly. At this moment, Chu Yang really wanted to punch Amo Tianji's face. However, after thinking for a while, he didn't do so. He only said meaningfully, I believe that sincerity can move metal and stone. Sincerity can move metal and stone. Amo Tianji's eyes lit up. Yes, this sentence makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. If 1 day doesn't work, 1 year. If 100 years don't work, 100 years. If 1 generation doesn't work, 100 years will work. In the face of such a shocking argument, he could only sigh helplessly. If you spend 100 years with my sister, I will castrate you first. Chu Yang instantly made a decision. He was going to spread Amo Tianji's performance in love widely among the brothers. Amo Tianji's image in the hearts of the brothers was well known. He had countless grudges against him. Such a rare opportunity for revenge, such a fun thing. I can't take it all for myself. They will definitely beat me up. For the sake of my personal safety, I'll just do it once. Minister Chu thought of a dignified reason for his schadenfreude. Then he felt at ease. At this moment, the two of them suddenly felt the air vibrate violently. Then, countless black cracks appeared silently in the air. Those were black holes in space. This strange phenomenon would only appear after the mutated space was completely destroyed, and this situation continued for an entire quarter of an hour. Suddenly, a furious aura burst out. That was the fury of Dong Huang. It was earth-shattering, as if it was going to destroy this entire world. But the next moment, as if it was deliberately retracted, this fury suddenly swept back like a tide. It disappeared without a trace in an instant. Shuel Leihan could actually retract such an aura. The next moment, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji felt that the spiritual seal that Dong Huang had set up earlier suddenly disappeared. In other words, the two of them could enter and leave this small courtyard freely again. Mo Tianji hesitated and said, "I'd better not go in. You talk to His Majesty Dong Huang first. It's more or less inconvenient for me to go in now. It's difficult for me to have a deep conversation with him." Chu Yang nodded in understanding. Yes, Shuel Leihan's emotions must be very agitated now, and although Mo Tianji was a good brother whom Chu Yang could entrust his life to, Mo Tianji had no relationship with Shuel Leihan at all. At this moment, in this situation, in this heart, if Mo Tianji went in rashly, Shuel Leihan would definitely feel uncomfortable. So Mo Tianji would not go in. Only after Mo Tianji had gone far away did Chu Yang enter this small courtyard. Stepping on the ground, he slowly walked into the room where the two of them were talking earlier, only to see Shuel Leihan, who was dressed in white, sitting upright, his face completely expressionless. Sitting there, he still had the aura of a ruler, still had the spirit of dominating the world, still was awe-inspiring and untouchable. It was as if everything recorded in Yuan Tianji's letter had no effect on Shuel Leihan at all. But Chu Yang could clearly feel that the current Shuel Leihan was very pitiful. The word pitiful could be used on anyone, but to use it on the Emperor of the East, it was somewhat unbelievable, because such a person should not be described with the word pitiful no matter what. But now, Chu Yang clearly had such a feeling. Chapter 2388. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Please speak your mind, Dong Huang. I'm all ears." However, there's something that Chu Yang would like to say to Shuel Leihan first. Hearing that, Shuel Leihan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Chu Yang had used 4 titles in succession in one sentence. In the first half of the sentence, he had used East Sovereign and I, referring to their identities as the Lord of the Heavens and Chu Yang himself. In the second half of the sentence, he had used Chu Yang and Shuel Leihan, attributing their identities to the deep friendship between the two of them from 2 lifetimes. I'm telling Shuel Leihan, not Dong Huang. The concern in his words was self-evident. Even though Shuel Leihan's heart was in a mess now, he couldn't help but feel warm inside. He said lightly, "In front of you, there has never been a Dong Huang." Chu Yang nodded, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. "Of course." Shuel Leihan said gently, "Go ahead. Even if you're depressed and resentful, it won't do you any good. If you maintain such an attitude, it won't do you any good. It might even be a big obstacle. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. You've been deceived for countless years. Why not wait a few more days and let the other dynasty's arrangements be completed? Only in this way can we behead the traitors and let the undead avenge them." Shuel Leihan was stunned. He stared at Chu Yang for a long time. After a long time, he suddenly smiled and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. He sighed and said, "Brother!" Shuel Leihan's voice was full of vicissitudes and emotions. After a long silence, he said, "Back then, only Zihao dared to speak to me like this." When he said the 2 words Zihao, his voice was a little sad. He actually scolded. "That bastard, he died so heroically. He died so cleanly. He's really a bastard. If he wanted to break out, who in the world could stop him?" Even if Shangren Yun joined forces with Yuan Tianji and the other heavenly emperors, how could they stop him? His voice was a little hoarse. He scolded again, "That bastard!" The 2 of them sat down again. Shuel Leihan, who had regained his composure, took out a packet of tea from his space ring. He smiled lightly and said, "Chu Yang, this is my precious purple cloud tea. It was personally brewed by Zihao back then. There's only one of its kind in this world. Let's drink tea while you listen to me tell you a story." Even Z, how didn't have this kind of quality. Back then, I was the one who brewed the tea, but he was the one who provided it. Just now, he had even scolded Z Hao, but immediately after, he started to reminisce about Z Hao. Chu Yang smiled cheerfully and said, "I'm really honored. I'm overwhelmed by your favor." The aroma of tea rose in spirals. Steam rose into the air. Pieces of light purple tea floated up and down in the teacup, and a clear fragrance wafted out. The fragrance was simple and elegant, but it carried a kind of persistence that lingered for a long time. It made people immerse themselves in it and feel that distant feeling for a long time. Everyone knows that I, Xue Lei Han, am the emperor of the East Emperor with great power. However, no one knows of my background. All the more, no one knows why I'm called Xue Lei Han. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Could it be that this isn't your real name? Chu Yang and Xue Lei Han had known each other for 2 lifetimes. Knowing the name Xue Lei Han was even before knowing the identity of the East Emperor. Previously, Xue Lei Han was only the number 1 talent of the heavens, which was also the name of the current lord of the Eastern Royal Heavens. Unexpectedly, this name was actually a fake one. Xue Lei Han smiled lightly and shook his head. How can it be my real name? And which pair of parents would name their children with a teardrop in their name? This name is the one I'm using now, but it's not my real name. Xue Lei Han smiled lightly and personally filled Chu Yang's cup with tea. His voice became more and more ethereal, like a piece of faint mist, drifting in every corner of this small room. This made Chu Yang feel as if he was in a dream or a fantasy. It was as if he had transformed into Z Hao, sitting opposite Xue Lei Han, and the 2 brothers had a heart-to-heart talk. Back then, the Heaven's Imperial Court was in a chaotic place. Experts emerged in large numbers, and the strong were respected. All the forces fought for territory every day, and all the clans desperately expanded their strength. The Heaven's Imperial Court was a huge pugilistic world at that time. Everyone had their own limits, and everyone was in danger. It wasn't until several thousand years later that the number of such battles gradually decreased. The major clans, major corporations, and major gangs that didn't perish in this chaotic war that lasted for thousands of years began to rise and gain a firm foothold. Back then, in the Heaven's Imperial Court, there were more than 100,000 of such powerful sects, clans, and gangs. Xue Lei Han smiled lightly. More than 100,000. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched subconsciously. The upper 3 heavens was already divided, and it was purely a chaotic, pugilistic world. However, how many clans were there? At most, there were only 20 to 30 of them. Just from this number alone, one could see how chaotic the situation was and how tragic it was at that time. Under such a background, no matter how powerful the sects and clans were, they didn't dare to recklessly assume that they were completely safe. Therefore, in the period after that, all the clans and forces came up with various schemes. In order to continue the development of their clans and protect their bloodline, they could be said to be unscrupulous and unscrupulous. It was the most common method to use the daughters of the clans to form alliances through marriage. As for the males of the clans, they were usually not really important figures on the surface. No one knew who the real heir of the clans was and where he was. Only when that person's wings were fully developed and he showed himself, then everyone would know, oh, it's him. These clans all had a habit, and that was to never put all their eggs in the same basket. Instead, they spread these eggs out and secretly scattered them to other places, because there are unexpected situations and there are risks in everything. Take me, for example. I was actually an egg that was spread out back then. Xue Lei Han smiled faintly and said somewhat mockingly, "It can be considered as a very important type of egg." These eggs carried the skills of their clans and arranged some good melodramatic stories. They successfully entered the eagle's nest, wolf's nest, and even other places where powerful forces existed. They learned new skills and combined them with their own skills. As long as they succeeded, they would naturally improve very quickly and achieve great results. Chu Yang nodded. indicating that he understood. Usually, these people who were sent out were the true inheritors of the clan. After those who succeeded returned, they would go through another round of competition to choose the strongest person to be the new clan master. At that time, they would basically be fully developed and would no longer be afraid of challenges and dangers. At that time, the next generation of these people would once again use the method of spreading the eggs out and secretly enter any place in the world. And the one who stayed by their side on the surface seemed to be highly favored, but in reality, she was often the most useless one. Therefore, many clans claimed to be the only son and daughter. This way, they could use the most useless one to attract all the attention of the enemy. Moreover, it was a natural trap to deal with the enemy, whether it was to lure the snake out of its hole or to wait for the rabbit to come out of a tree stump. It was extremely useful. But in reality, no one knew how many of their bloodlines were outside. As long as one wasn't too stupid, one would understand after hearing such news. In such a clan, every clan master would have at least 3 wives and 4 concubines or even more. As for those secret concubines outside, no one knew how many there were. How could there be only one son? But it was just that they didn't know the specific whereabouts and existence of the other children. Shwe Lehan's voice was very soft, but he described the chaotic situation of that year in an orderly and vivid manner. Listening to it, Chu Yang felt as if he was there himself. He finally understood some of the mysteries. My surname is Shwe, and I'm from the Shwe clan. I'm also the Grand Duke of the Shwe clan. There were a total of 8 of us brothers. We all changed our names according to the egg rule and entered other clans, sects, and forces. Until now, there are only 2 of us who are still alive. No one at all knows that there are people like us in the Shwe clan. Shwe Lehan picked up the teacup and took a sip. His expression was focused on the purple tea, and he didn't speak for a long time. In our generation, the Shwe clan had only 1 daughter. Among the 8 brothers, there was only 1 daughter. My youngest sister was called Xian'er. When Shwe Lehan said this, he actually laughed coldly. That laughter was actually filled with a sense of creepiness. So this sister was doted on by the whole clan. Chu Yang sighed. He thought of Lord Yun and the contents of Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter. He thought of the rumored number 1 beauty in the martial world, Shwe Xian'er. And when I was roaming the martial world, I got to know someone. This person was my only brother in my life. Shwe Lehan said softly his name was Zi Hao. Zi Hao was different from us. His parents were just a pair of ordinary people. But very unexpectedly, they brought up a son who was world-shaking and had great achievements. All of Zi Hao's achievements were completely from scratch. He roamed the mountains of swords and forests of swords alone. Zi Hao was 10 years younger than me, so he had always respected me as his brother. A hint of warmth appeared on Shwe Lehan's face. Now that I think about it, that period of time when I roamed the martial world with Zi Hao back then was the happiest period of my life. During that period of time, I didn't even want to return to the clan at all, because I hated that disgusting feeling of being a thief. Shwe Lehan smiled. I obviously returned to my own home, but I still had to be sneaky. The feeling of being disgusting to the extreme made me break down. And because of this, Zi Hao, who knew about it, made fun of me for a very, very long time. Thinking about it now, I actually still have lingering fears. Shwe Lehan said still have lingering fears, but there was a look of reminiscence on his face, as if he was reminiscing about that feeling of lingering fears endlessly. Chapter 2389. Back then, Brother Zi Hao and I roamed the world freely. Some of the people who were as famous as the 2 of us are now Di Ho and the others. Shwe Lehan said lightly. However, there was still one person who was above us. He was like the sun in the sky, shining brightly. That person was Master Yin. Many people were willing to befriend him. However, when Zi Hao met him for the first time, the 2 of them fought. At that time, Zi Hao was far from being Master Yin's opponent. I went to help him. The 2 of us fought Master Yin together, but we still couldn't win. In the end, both of us were injured. From then on, as long as the two of us saw Cloud Lord, we would fiercely fight him. Every time, the result would be the three of us covered in wounds and heavy injuries. However, as we roamed the world, we gradually became famous. We also lost our original passion for the family's power. Sometimes I even felt that the Shui clan was too small. To me, it was not only not a help, but a restriction. My fate should belong to the world. Until that day when my father ordered me to go home and take over the position of the clan master. However, I calmly gave the position to my second brother, Shui Han. Shui Han sighed deeply. My father flew into a rage and chased me out of the family. My second brother's talent in martial arts was only above average. However, he was the wisest business genius. He only used a short 10 years to turn the Shui clan, which was originally a second-class clan, into the #1 financial magnate in the Heaven Imperial Court. At that time, the Shui clan was very famous. However, a tall tree attracted the wind. One day, my second brother was assassinated on his way home. Shui Han's voice trembled slightly. My father was heartbroken when he heard the news. He announced to the world that whoever could avenge my second brother would be the benefactor of the Shui clan. At that time, Zihao and I had also received this news. We traveled 270,000 miles and rushed back through the night as though we had gone mad. Only then did we know that second brother's revenge had already been avenged. Shui Han said indifferently, and the person who had found the murder was precisely that Lord Cloud. Because of this, Master Yin was treated like a distinguished guest and entered the Shui clan. It was also because of this that I met my younger sister. Shui Han waved Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter in his hand and said with a cold smile, "There's a sentence in Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter. For the sake of Guru Yin, I plucked plum blossoms from Shaoling Mountain and stayed in Qinghan with strong winds on a snowy night. These are the two people I'm talking about. Mei Xiao from the Cloud Plum Blossom Club, and my brother, Shui Han, who died in the Gale Valley. Only now did I know that my second brother was killed by Cloud Lord, who was an honored guest of my family. And the one who took action is the future Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud. Yuan Tianjia." Shui Han sneered, his voice as cold as ice. Who would have thought that second brother would actually fall in the hands of a future celestial emperor? And the one who schemed against him behind the scenes was the future #1 person in the imperial court. Shouldn't second brother, and even the entire Shui clan, feel very proud? And as the elder brother, I should feel honored too, right? Chu Yang sighed, but didn't say anything. From the start till now, Shui Han had clearly suppressed the resentment in his heart countless times. But now, when it came to this sentence, he couldn't suppress it any more. And when Zihao and I rushed back from hundreds of thousands of miles, we secretly saw that Cloud Lord was like a fish in water in my family, and my little sister, Sinner, also went out to play with Cloud Lord every day. Cloud Lord was the #1 genius in the Heaven Imperial Court in thousands of years, the #1 expert of the younger generation. Xian wouldn't be in any danger at all when she was with him. At that time, we didn't think too much about it. Although Zihao and I didn't like Cloud Lord, we didn't hear any scandals about him in private, and we didn't make any unrighteous rumors either. So, although we felt a little uncomfortable, we were also very impressed by his cultivation. After all, the two of us had to rely on the two of us to be able to fight against him, and we were indeed inferior to him alone. So, we didn't stop them from interacting with each other. Now, it seems that this was the first terrible mistake that Zihao and I made back then. Shui Han gritted his teeth fiercely, and a cracking sound came from the gaps between his teeth. In mid-air, thunder and lightning suddenly flashed. The Heavenly Emperor was angry, and so was the wind and clouds. Chu Yang sighed from the bottom of his heart. But he didn't say anything from beginning to end, and only listened attentively. He knew that these things had been buried in Shui Han's heart for God knows how many years. Now he finally found the truth of the mystery that had puzzled him for almost his entire life. At this moment, the Eastern Imperial Celestial Emperor, Shwe Lehan, needed to vent, needed an audience to listen to his past experiences. If he continued to hold it in, even someone like Shwe Lehan would probably explode from holding it in. After that, Zihao and I left secretly because of some family matters of Zihao's. From the beginning to the end, the two of us didn't show our faces. Zihao's family members were abducted by Changliang. Zihao and I traveled thousands of miles to hunt down our enemies. We were gone for 5 years and finally wiped out all our enemies. It was also because of these 5 years of death hunting where we wandered around the boundary of life and death countless times that we grew a lot. Both of our cultivations took a big step forward at the same time and entered the ranks of the celestial being level experts. We became the young experts of the purple cloud heavens and rose to the peak of the celestial being level in less than a year. Shwe Lehan chuckled. At that time, we were about the same age as you are now. Of course, when we were roaming the martial world, we also paid attention to the movements of the Shwe clan at all times. During this period, the Shwe clan's development was good. Not only did it not show any signs of decline, it even grew stronger and stronger. I was very comforted and didn't think more about it. It was only later that we found out that Master Yin worked hard for the Shwe clan during that period of time, which led to the continuous growth of the Shwe clan. Shwe Lehan's eyes revealed a trace of inexplicable mockery. At that time, Zihao once said, "It seems that Master Yin has feelings for your sister. It's not bad to have such a brother-in-law. The Shwe clan should be prosperous." At that time, I laughed out loud and even agreed with him. After all, although we were rivals, we didn't have any great enmity. Although there wasn't much appreciation for each other, there was still some, haha. These few words were filled with mockery, self-reproach, resentment, contradiction, nostalgia, all kinds of emotions, all at the same time. From then on, the two of us went our separate ways to train. I went to the wilderness to explore, while Zihao went deep into the northern lands to roam. 3 years later, both of us had advanced to the level of saints and truly became the top experts in the world. When we met again, I was already a super expert at the peak of the saint level, while Zihao was still about the same level as me. He had 7 other brothers under him, and we got along well with each other and looked after each other wholeheartedly. Both of us had our own team. Zihao once joked, "Now that we're developing separately 100 years later, when we become one and work together with sincerity, how about we conquer the imperial court?" When Shwe Lehan said this, his voice sounded very special. It was definitely not his own voice. He was probably deliberately imitating Zihao's voice and tone at that time. Chu Yang naturally wasn't sure if this imitated voice was the same as Zihao's, but he could hear the overwhelming pride in this sentence. How about we conquer the imperial court? What kind of confidence was this? What kind of magnanimity was this? Just by listening to the sentence, one could almost see the heroic spirit of the burly and bearded heavenly emperor of the purple clouds looking down on the world. At that time, I nodded and agreed, because both of us were confident that within 100 years, we would definitely be able to reach the peak. At that time, with the two of us working together, even Master Yin would definitely not be a match for us. Ordinary people wouldn't even be in our eyes. Conquering the imperial court and becoming the supreme ruler would definitely not be a problem. However, the affairs of the world are like a game of chess. Heaven's will is unpredictable. Before that time came, the imperial court suddenly fell into chaos. The competition for the position of the top expert in the martial world began. The Shwe clan didn't hesitate to go bankrupt to promote this matter. The entire Shwe clan and all the other forces, a total of 7 million people, did their best to promote this matter. My younger sister, Xian even announced to the entire martial world that whoever could win the position of the top expert would marry that person. Zihao and I were completely dumbfounded by this news. Z Hao came back from the snowy mountains in the night and found me, asking me what to do. But things had already reached that stage. What else could we do? As long as Z Hao and I didn't appear to compete with Master Yin, no one else would be a match for him. And at that time, how could Z Hao and I appear? Because it concerns my younger sister's lifelong happiness. I vaguely remember that those who participated in the battle at that time included Yuan Tianjie, Ziwuji, and in the end Master Yin defeated all the heroes and won the title of the top expert in the world. And Z Hao and I could only stand aside and be pure spectators. On the night of my younger sister's wedding, I didn't show up. Instead, I dragged Z Hao out to drink. From that night onwards, the two of us drank for 7 days and 7 nights. When we sobered up, we found that in these 7 days the world had changed. My father, for no reason at all, suddenly died. Master Yin flew into a rage because of this. Not only did the Shui clan send out all of its masters, they also dispatched more than 70,000 of their own forces to seek revenge in the entire imperial court. It was a completely crazy scene. At that time, when I heard the news, I was filled with grief and indignation and wanted to immediately seek revenge. But Z Hao desperately stopped me, saying that there was something fishy about this matter and that it was not appropriate for me to meet with Master Yin right now. Even more so, I couldn't let Master Yin know that I was related to the Shui clan. Chapter 2390. My father couldn't die an unjust death, and my sister couldn't be left alone. Moreover, judging from the situation at that time, Cloud Master's attitude was almost crazy. With a white cloth wrapped around his head and wearing mourning clothes, he went on a killing spree and almost wiped out the entire extreme heaven. Those who submit to him will live, and those who defy him will die. Those who had enmity with the Shui clan, or even those who were just jealous of them, were all uprooted by Cloud Master. Within 10 years, the number of people who died in the hands of Cloud Master and his subordinates in the entire extreme heaven exceeded tens of millions. Corpses really piled up into mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. In the end, Cloud Master announced to the world that the identity of the murderer was confirmed to be the #1 conglomerate in the East Pole, the Ning clan. Cloud Master mobilized his army to suppress them, and at that time, all kinds of evidence had indeed shown that it was indeed the Ning clan who did it. Back then, the 3rd young master of the Ning clan had once pursued my sister, but she didn't like him. He was even reprimanded by my father. Love turned into hatred, and hatred turned into hatred. Finally, he decided to do something evil. Not only did he once organize an attack on the Shui clan, he even tried to assassinate my father. He even planned to kidnap my sister. New and old grudges erupted at the same time. Z Hao and I mobilized our forces at the same time to help in the dark. Cloud Master attacked from the front, while the two of us helped in the dark. At the same time, my 7th brother, who had been hiding in the martial world, led his subordinates to attack as well. In less than 3 days, the #1 conglomerate in the East Pole, the Ning clan, was uprooted and all their forces were destroyed. Not a single person was left in the Ning clan. That night, the entire East Pole was filled with blood, and everyone trembled in fear. Chu Yang sighed. He thought to himself, no matter whether the Ning clan was innocent or not, who in the world could resist the joint attack of Shui Leihan? Z Hao and Cloud Master? No matter how big the force was, it couldn't withstand it. These 3 people were the lords of the Eastern Royal Heaven, the Purple Cloud Heaven, and the last one was the selfless saint who was above everyone else. With such a grand lineup, no matter what kind of force they faced, they could only bully others with absolute strength. The Ning family has been completely destroyed. We all thought that we had finally gotten our revenge. The dead should be gratified. Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. At that time, as the husband of the Shui clan's heir, Master Yin naturally took over the Shui clan. It was only after a discussion with 7th brother that we came to a unanimous conclusion. The two of us each had our own Jianghu and couldn't return to the clan. Thus, we might as well give the clan to my younger sister as her dowry. Besides, even if we don't give it to Lil Sis, Guru Yin will already have all the power in the world by then. We don't want to fight with him. Even if we do, it's meaningless. You're just making little sister sad. So, the two of us secretly went to see our little sister. At first, we planned to show ourselves and talk to her, telling her that she still had family and people to rely on in this world. However, when we were secretly spying on her, the two of us accidentally discovered that our little sister had changed. She had completely changed. She's no longer our little sister. Now, she's just Cloud Lord's wife. What she's thinking about is only her husband's unparalleled hegemony of the Heaven Imperial Court. That's all. That night, we were just outside the window, listening to Lil Sis's plan. At that moment, our hearts were as cold as ice. Is she still the innocent and pure little sister of the past? When she said, "The time is right now. We can make use of the great opportunity of our father's death to unify the extreme heaven and gradually expand our forces." When she said this, seventh brother and I turned around and left. We never returned to the Shui clan again in this lifetime. Chu Yang slammed the table and scolded, "What a bastard!" Her own father had died, and she still wanted to make use of this opportunity to help her husband achieve hegemony. Such a daughter is simply heartless. It's really better to not have her at all. Shui Leihan sighed sadly. After that, Master Yin unified the extreme heaven and immediately proclaimed himself as the only saint. He began to elect various heavenly emperors in the world, wanting to unify the Heaven Imperial Court and return peace to the world. Although Zi Hao and I didn't think of cooperating with his plan, this was ultimately related to the welfare of the world's people. We definitely didn't want to be below others. Therefore, Zi Hao bade farewell to me and brought his brothers back to the purple cloud heavens. As for me, I didn't want to return to the extreme heaven, so I settled down in the East Pole and began to compete for the position of Heavenly Emperor. At the right time, the person sent by Master Yun to control the East Pole was the #1 expert under him. He was killed by me on the arena. After 2 years of continuous battles, he finally became the #1 expert in the East Pole and became the East Pole Heavenly Emperor. Because the Ning clan once existed in the East Pole, I didn't like the name East Pole, so I called myself East Emperor and changed the name of the East Pole to Eastern Royal Heaven. In 30 years, I wiped out all the opposing forces in the Eastern Royal Heaven and became an iron plate. After another 2 years, the Purple Cloud Heavens was also peaceful. Zi Hao called himself the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor and oversaw a region. In that year, Zi Hao came to the Eastern Royal Heaven and looked for me to drink. There were no secrets between the two of us, so I told him about what happened to my younger sister. Zi Hao was furious when he heard that and immediately asked me why I didn't teach her a lesson. I was speechless and stood there in a daze. After that day, Zi Hao led 7 brothers to the extreme heaven and barged into the sage palace. He scolded my younger sister, who was already the divine empress at that time, and then left in anger. Master Yin was furious when he heard the news and personally went to kill Zi Hao. I followed behind him and arrived in time. Seeing that Master Yin was merciless, I naturally showed myself and joined forces with Zi Hao to severely injure Master Yin. Only now do I know that the reason why Master Yin attacked back then was probably not for my younger sister, but for his younger brother and his whole family. They all died in Zi Hao's hands. After that, it was the matter of encircling and annihilating the 10,000 saints' true devil. Master Yun gathered us to join forces, and all of us knew that if we didn't get rid of the 10,000 saints' true devil as soon as possible, it would come to us sooner or later. Even though there were many heavenly emperors who didn't see eye to eye with each other, they still made an exception and joined forces once. That battle was truly a chaotic one. Now that I think about it, Venerable Master Cloud is indeed the most suspicious person who obtained the 10,000 saints' secret skill. Shui Leihan frowned and pondered. If the matter of the 10,000 saints' true devil happens again, then the person behind the scenes must be Master Yin. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. This was the conclusion. Coming from Donghuang's mouth, this matter was basically a done deal. There was no longer any room for doubt. Then there was the matter of the purple cloud heavens. At this point, Shui Leihan fell silent. I've always been curious about one thing. How come you didn't know anything about what happened in the purple cloud heavens? Asked Chu Yang. During that time, I was in seclusion. Shui Leihan sighed sadly. When the battle of the purple cloud heavens happened, I had already been in seclusion for 2 years, preparing to break through the supreme level in one go. That is, to reach the level of Saint Monarch. At that time, because of the battle with the 10,000 saints True Devil, all the people who participated in the battle were seriously injured. After their injuries healed, I felt that I had already grasped some clues and had a vague feeling. To martial artists, that little clue is an opportunity that can only be encountered but not sought after. Once missed, there might not be another chance. I had once discussed it with Zihao for a long time, and both of us thought that to break through this level, I would need to cultivate meticulously for at least 10 years or more. After the discussion, I went into seclusion and concentrated on breaking through. However, on the 3rd year, my inner demons suddenly appeared. I vaguely saw Zihao bathed in blood. Bidding farewell to me, Shui Leihan closed his eyes and said softly, "In my shock, my inner chi went astray, and I almost went mad." It was only half a month later that I managed to sort out my inner chi, but there was already no hope for me to break through. Thus, I broke out of seclusion and went straight to the purple cloud heavens to investigate. However, the battle at the purple cloud heavens had already ended. At first, although I was sad, I thought that with Zihao's cultivation, even if he was defeated, it would not be a problem for him to retreat unscathed. As long as he was there, everything would not be a problem. I could just start all over again. However, after investigating in detail, the result was that Zihao died heroically in the battle of the purple cloud heavens. After understanding everything, in a fit of anger, I went straight to the Saint Palace and killed my way in through the gates of the Saint City. I went all the way to the Saint Palace and fought with Master Yin. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. From then on, the relationship between the Eastern Royal Heavens and the Saint was severed, and we no longer had any contact with each other. Until recently, for some reason, Master Yin has been showing goodwill to me. Thus, our frozen relationship was slightly restored. However, I know very well, and Master Yin knows very well, that Zihao's death has always been an unresolvable not between us. Even though there are times when we gather to discuss things because of our respective worldly affairs, there will still be a day when we will fight to the death. And now, you have let me know the truth of all this. Shui Leihan recounted. His voice had always been very calm, but at this moment it suddenly became sharp and shrill. Father's enmity, family's hatred, brotherly affection. Master Yin, you harmed my father, took over my family's business, and harmed my brother. You and I are irreconcilable, irreconcilable, irreconcilable. Well, there are many things that Yuan Tianji has a part to play in. However, it's good that he died in your hands. I don't have to do it myself. However, Master Yin is mine. Shui Leihan said indifferently. A sharp, murderous intent flashed past his eyes. That monstrous hatred was surging violently. Do you know why I'm telling you all these? Shui Leihan said indifferently. I roughly understand a little. Chu Yang nodded. Chapter 2391. Secondly, all the 10,000 saints' real spirits must be completely destroyed from this world. Thirdly, revenge must be taken for my family. Fourthly, and most importantly, my brothers must not die in vain. Fifthly, I need your help, and you should also need my help. If you do it alone, I may be able to protect myself, but you can't do it now. Also, as long as it's Cloud Master's plan, I must destroy it. Shui Leihan said lightly, Tell me the details of the ascension of the Jade Flower Emperor. I don't dare to say anything else, but after so many years, I still know a little about Cloud Master's methods and methods of doing things. For the time being, make preparations. When the other heavenly emperors arrive, don't act rashly. These secrets can't be revealed by your mouths. This kind of shocking information must be revealed by someone with enough power to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Xue Leihan stood up. I know what I'm doing. After a discussion, Xue Leihan and Chu Yang left immediately, as if they had never been here. The surroundings returned to silence once more. Very few people knew that this conversation between the East Royal Heavenly Emperor and the Tribulation Sword Master was of great significance and far-reaching influence. Many things in the future would start because of this conversation today. Even the entire structure of the Heaven Imperial Court would change completely because of this conversation. Looking at Xue Leihan's back, Chu Yang couldn't help but admire the methods of this good friend of his in the past. Such anger, such a big temper, such an aura, he could actually hide it to an invisible extent. Cloud Master had obviously been observing the big and small matters of the Heaven Imperial City from the sky above in Cloud Sky, but he didn't notice any trace of Dong Huang Xue Leihan's arrival or departure. Just from this point, one could see how terrifying Xue Leihan was. That night, Xie Danqiong quietly left the Imperial Palace and arrived at this small courtyard. He didn't have the majesty of an emperor and started drinking, chatting, and fooling around with some idlers. This continued for a long time until dawn. Seeing this scene, someone in the sky simply snorted. Such trash actually wanted to climb to the position of a heavenly emperor. What wishful thinking, after sending off his brothers. Chu Yang returned to his room and saw a person sitting on a chair. Xue Leihan. Oh no. Xue Leihan said indifferently, although this great Emperor Jasper Flower has already begun to bear the black cloud heaven's providence, his foundation is simply too weak. He's only at the peak of the saint level. With his bone age, it was already very rare for him to have such a cultivation base. However, his cultivation base was still insufficient. If he really faced a thunderous attack from Guru Yun, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. In fact, his life might be in danger. Actually, there's no need for Master Yun to personally take action. Even if the assailant was just one of Master Yun's subordinates, Xie Danqiong's foundation wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xue Leihan said, the plan that you guys set up was very thorough. I thought that the other preparations were already foolproof. The only flaw is here. At this point, Xue Leihan heaved a long sigh of relief and said, I have to say that your sworn brother Mo Tianji is really a genius at strategizing. Throughout my long life, there are only 2 or 3 people who can be compared to him at most. However, if we can't solve this flaw of Xie Danqiong, all the arrangements will be meaningless. Chu Yang nodded. Tianji's arrangements are naturally indisputable. The weakness of Danqiong's weak cultivation base is really difficult to make up for. Based on the current situation, we can only follow the original plan and hope that Xie Danqiong can withstand it. I've prepared 2 more extremely powerful heavy pills for him. As long as Danqiong is still breathing after the first wave of attack, there won't be a problem. Xue Leihan shook his head. We're still too passive. An expert sniper can kill in one shot. It's very difficult for Xie Danqiong to withstand that attack. Chu Yang's expression changed slightly, but we're already in a precarious situation. We have no choice. Other than that, what else can we do? Xue Leihan said indifferently, or we can use the trick of substituting one for another. Substituting one for another? Chu Yang was deep in thought. Substituting one for another means that I'll take on Xie Danqiong's appearance when the time comes and accept the challenge. With your current cultivation, no matter who impersonates Xie Danqiong, it'll be a dead end. But I'm different. I have 100% confidence in it. Xue Leihan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. No matter who comes, I'll bury him on the stage. I'll definitely ruin Master Yun's plan. Chu Yang's spirits were lifted and his eyes lit up. He said, if you impersonate Xie Danqiong, there'll naturally be no problem. There'll definitely be no need to worry about anyone seeing through the flaws. But what about the Eastern Royal Heavens? And how are we going to deal with Xie Danqiong's unique martial arts? Once you counterattack, won't it be equivalent to revealing your identity? There are so many top-notch experts around, and they're all your old acquaintances. There's definitely no way you can hide it from their eyes, right? Xue Leihan said indifferently, "This isn't difficult to solve. As long as you think it's feasible, my seventh brother can impersonate me in the Eastern Royal Heavens. As long as he doesn't fight with experts of the same level, there won't be any flaws. As for Xie Danqiong's viburnum flower, give me a day of training, and I'll probably be able to make it bloom." Chu Yang nodded slowly. "Regarding this matter, I'll still have to discuss it with Mo Tianji and Xie Danqiong to ensure that it's done perfectly." Xue Leihan nodded. "I understand." Of course, Xue Leihan understood. Now was the biggest day of Xie Danqiong's life. He should be the one to bear the glory and favor of the world. Although he had no choice but to let Xue Leihan take his place to ensure that nothing goes wrong, it still lacked a special meaning. Brilliant plan! After hearing Chu Yang's description, Mo Tianji slapped the table and stood up, cheering loudly in excitement. Speaking of which, this matter had always been Mo Tianji's biggest headache. But now that Xue Leihan took the initiative to bring it up, it was truly a great help. It helped Mo Tianji solve his biggest headache. "Danqiong, don't you have any other thoughts?" Chu Yang asked Xie Danqiong, who was sitting at the side. Xie Danqiong's handsome face was filled with unconcealable regret. He said, "My cultivation isn't high enough. What else can I say? Dong Huang is already giving me a lot of face by lowering his status. Although it's a pity, I'm willing to accept this arrangement. After all, the most important thing now is to complete the plan. But I have another request." "What request?" Mo Tianji asked. "This time it should be my crisis, but Dong Huang took it for me. Next time, if something happens to Dong Huang, I want to take his place." Xie Danqiong said seriously, "When the time comes, no matter what the situation is, you can't stop me. Dong Huang also needs to promise me in advance. If it doesn't work, I'd rather fight on the Heaven's End platform. So what if my soul and spirit are destroyed?" Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other. Psychologically, both of them could understand Xie Danqiong's thoughts. With Xie Danqiong's natural pride, he definitely wouldn't take Dong Huang's place just to receive the cheers of the world. The so-called taking Dong Huang's place was, in fact, taking calamity for Dong Huang. Putting aside whether Xue Leihan would encounter such a calamity in the future, there was only one point. If Xue Leihan really encountered a calamity that he couldn't safely survive with his cultivation level, with Xie Danqiong stepping in, it would naturally be even more impossible for him to survive. Only death awaited. If this exchange was made, it would be equivalent to Xue Leihan helping Xie Danqiong once. But Xie Danqiong had to pay with his life. But if he didn't agree to Xie Danqiong's request, Xie Danqiong definitely wouldn't agree to this matter now. To let someone else take his place to take the calamity, even if there was a 10% chance of success, it would still be a huge favor. Xie Danqiong really didn't want to owe this favor. Xie Danqiong's face was full of determination. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji couldn't do anything about this. In the end, Chu Yang could only look for Xue Leihan to discuss this matter. Unexpectedly, after Xue Leihan heard Xie Danqiong's request, he wasn't unhappy. Instead, he laughed loudly. "You're really gutsy. This is the descendant of De. Good. I'll promise the Jade Flower Great Emperor that when the time comes, as long as there's a crisis that I can't handle, I'll definitely let him help me at least once." At this point, Chu Yang was finally relieved. When Xue Leihan said this, he actually didn't think that he would encounter any calamity that would definitely kill him. Yes, with his cultivation, even if the saint led the emperor and the empress to attack him at the same time, he could still escape if he couldn't defeat them. Even if he really encountered such a crisis, with Xie Danqiong's insignificant cultivation, what could he do? However, perhaps even Shuel Lehan himself wouldn't have thought that the affairs of the world were unpredictable and unpredictable. In the near future, he actually really encountered such a calamity. If it weren't for Xie Dan Qiong risking his life to save him, Shuel Lehan might really die before his ambitions were realized, but that was all in the future. All the arrangements and plans were carried out in full swing. On the 10th day, snowflakes suddenly fluttered in the sky. Right now, it was already very close to summer. The weather was naturally getting warmer. But even under such weather and climate, the sky was still clear and bright with white clouds. In the next instant, the white clouds in the sky gradually formed the shapes of lotuses. On the ends of the countless white lotuses and white clouds, countless snowflakes suddenly drifted down. Although it was snowing heavily, covering the sky and the sun, the falling snowflakes didn't give people the unpleasant feeling of the cold and bone-piercing wind blowing in the dark winter. Instead, it gave people a comfortable surprise. It was a very comfortable and joyful feeling, like the spring breeze caressing one's face. There was only peace and tranquility. Right in this snow-covered place, the demon empress Yao Exayan, the demon emperor sky's master, arrived at Dark Cloud Sky. Chapter 2392. In the eyes of the world, Yao Exen was the first to come to Chonghua City after Emperor Yi. She was 5 days earlier than the official day of the ceremony. This was undoubtedly a matter of pride for Mo Yuntian and the new lord of Mo Yuntian, Xie Danqiong. But no one knew that before Yao Exayan, the lord of Eastern Royal Sky, Donghuang Shuelehan, had already been hiding here. No one knew that only sage Yunshangren had also come to Mo Yuntian and had been hiding here for quite some time after an unusually grand welcoming ceremony. The demon empress stayed in the Star Palace, which was specially used to receive the highest level of guests. On the day the demon empress moved in, she called Yao Ningning over without saying a word and taught him a harsh lesson. Yao Ningning came out of her mother's room with a face full of dust and dirt. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just now, when the demon empress checked on the progress of a certain great master's cultivation, she found that not only did he not improve, but he also regressed. How could she be nice to him? The demon empress flew into a rage and immediately ordered the demon emperor Sky's 7 stars guard to personally supervise the great master's cultivation. She also gave him the sword of authority, a whip. If he was disobedient, he would be whipped. Even if he was beaten to death, it would be meritorious. Thus, a certain great grandfather's idle days were gone, never to return that night. The demon empress did not attend the welcoming banquet. She only sent a representative to pay her respects, while she stayed in the Star Palace to meditate. For this trip, the demon empress and her sister came at the same time. In the room, they naturally had to talk and discuss. Big sister, do you think the Chonghua Emperor's Ascension ceremony this time will be very lively? The beautiful woman in white was obviously very excited and brought up this topic that she was very concerned about. That's for sure. Yao Exayan Ari's expression did not change. She said indifferently, Mo Yuntian needs a new sky emperor, but Emperor Yi and Empress may not accept a newcomer, especially a junior. No matter if it's cultivation, age, resources, or power, they are all insufficient. There's also His Majesty Saint. This time, Yuan Tian's limit was actually the incarnation of the heavenly demon. He will probably take action. The beautiful woman in white said. Saint Yao Exaner snorted and said, he's just a guy who gained fame by deceiving the world. He may be able to deceive others, but how can he deceive me? That guy looks like he's tolerant and magnanimous on the surface, but he's actually a petty person. It would be strange if he didn't take action this time. I heard Ning, and the others say that Chu Yang and his people have been preparing and guarding against them. As for who they're guarding against, it's easy to imagine. But this Jade Flower Emperor is still too young, and his cultivation is also. The beautiful woman in white was somewhat worried. To be honest, with his current cultivation, he can be considered a supreme expert even in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. But if he's really compared to experts like D Ho, he's still too far behind. He's even weaker than a 7 stars protector. If Saint Monarch is determined to slap him in the face this time, Chu Yang and the others won't be able to deal with him at all. They won't have the ability to keep him in check at all. Although this doesn't sound nice, it's the reality, she sighed and said. It's rare that this Jade Flower Emperor is so handsome. Why don't I personally help him this once? Yao Exener stared at her sister with great disdain and sighed. You're really hopeless. How can you dare to say anything? You're a love-struck fool. The beautiful woman in white chuckled. How am I a love-struck fool? Everyone loves beauty. A handsome man has always been an extremely rare and beautiful scenery in this world. I'm just purely appreciating it. A voice said, Then have you ever appreciated me? The beautiful woman in white was shocked. She quickly turned around and asked, Who's that? The demon empress also opened her eyes, somewhat surprised, but she still sat cross-legged and didn't move. The window opened without any wind, and a white figure flew in quietly. When the beautiful woman in white saw him float in, he was already pacing around the room with his hands behind his back. It's actually His Majesty East Sovereign? The beautiful woman in white was really shocked. Her heart actually skipped a beat. Oh my God, I've been teased by His Majesty East Sovereign, Xue Leihan chuckled but didn't say anything. Xue Leihan, why did you sneak in like this? The demon empress looked at Xue Leihan with obvious surprise. She said somewhat mockingly, Are you used to being a thief that you've developed such a sneaky habit? Xue Leihan rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly, thinking to himself that he really couldn't offend women. Obviously, he had offended this demon empress because of the twin emperors last time, and she was still bearing a grudge. Her words were also laced with sarcasm, showing no mercy at all. Xian, why is your temper still so bad? I really can't imagine how His Majesty Demon Emperor put up with it back then. Before Xue Leihan could finish a sentence, the demon empress was already angry. Xue Leihan, you dare to continue. Xue Leihan chuckled. I don't dare. Actually, I'm just expressing my sympathy for brother Demon Emperor. Before he finished, a teacup had already been thrown over. The speed of the teacup was so fast and fierce that it didn't lose to any hidden weapon in the world. Xue Leihan laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, he had already caught the teacup. You bastard! If you have something to say, then say it. If you have nothing to say, then get lost. The demon empress was as cold as ice, not giving Dong Huang any face at all. Xue Leihan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I'm just a good man who doesn't fight with women. Her figure flashed, and the demon empress had already transformed into thousands of people in an instant. In this narrow space, she attacked Xue Leihan fiercely. Every move had the power to make gods and demons tremble, and fairies keep quiet. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Xue Leihan had already endured thousands of punches and kicks from the demon empress. But he still didn't panic. In a flash, the demon empress stood in front of him, her gaze cold. Xue Leihan, you've actually broken through? Xue Leihan sighed. I'm ashamed. I've only broken through halfway. Yao Exan, I was a little stunned. She exhaled and said, Even if it's just half a step, it's already not bad. As she spoke, she returned to her seat and sat down. She said lightly, My current cultivation is more or less on par with yours, but my realm is half a step behind you. There's no need to fight anymore. Xue Leihan said lightly, This half a step, actually, you've already taken it a long time ago. It's just that the step hasn't been that big yet. The demon empress snorted. Your eyes are really sharp. I've taken the liberty to look for you this time, because there's really a big matter. Xue Leihan became serious. A big matter that concerns our life and death, and concerns the safety of the Heaven Imperial Court. Concerns our life and death. The demon empress sneered disdainfully. She didn't hide the distrust in her tone at all. But when she saw Xue Leihan's serious face, she couldn't help but become serious as well. After a moment of silence, she asked softly, "What exactly is it?" Xue Leihan said lightly, "Although Yuan Tianji is already dead, he still left behind a handwritten letter which records the demon empress cut him off." "What does Yuan Tianji's handwritten letter have to do with me? What's the big deal about a dead person's belongings? The affairs of the world are mysterious and unpredictable. That letter really has a lot to do with you." Xue Leihan smiled and said in a low voice, "It contains the truth behind His Majesty the Demon Emperor being besieged back then." "What? Where's the handwritten letter now?" The Demon Empress stood up with a swoosh. At this moment, the Demon Empress expression was horrifying, very horrifying. That incident back then had always been a knot in her heart. But now it was mentioned by Xue Leihan. "Xian, don't be agitated. Sit down and let's talk slowly." Xue Leihan sighed. "There are many things in this that I was even more shocked than you when I found out." The Demon Empress sat down slowly. She said softly, but word by word, "Are you going to tell me if this has anything to do with Cloud Lord?" Xue Leihan was stunned. He raised his head and said, "You suspect Cloud Lord? How long have you suspected him?" "It's been a very, very long time. It's just that I don't have any evidence." The Demon Empress said coldly, "Am I right?" "Yes, I didn't expect you to be the one with a clear mind." Xue Leihan smiled bitterly. Just from this point alone, the Demon Empress was indeed much better than him. But he had never suspected that the person who killed his father was Cloud Lord. "Let me see that handwritten letter. I want to know everything." The Demon Empress took a deep breath and stretched out her hand. "After you read it, don't be agitated. Being anxious will only spoil things." Xue Leihan said, "But there's one more thing that I want to tell you in advance." "Speak." The Demon Empress' voice was cold. 10,000 saints, true spirit, reappear in the world." Xue Leihan said with a heavy voice. The Demon Empress' face instantly darkened. The beautiful woman in white also left tactfully. That night, the Star Palace where the Demon Empress was staying was filled with indescribable depression, violence, and almost crazy emotions. No one knew what the Demon Empress and Dong Huang talked about that night. Another day passed just like that. The Eastern Royal Heavens Emperor Donghuang's carriage finally arrived at Ink Cloud Heaven's Chonghua City. In the afternoon, the Daluo Heaven's Celestial Emperor Ziwuji and the Buddha Heaven's Celestial Emperor Emo Huichin arrived at the same time. Ink Cloud Heaven once again went into a frenzy. On the third last day, it was almost as if they had made an appointment. Extreme Heaven Merciless Heavenly Emperor Zue Wuqing, Great Western Heaven Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang, Green Heaven Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei Mo Qingqing, South Pole Heavenly Emperor Ice Snow Ming Jinghui, and North Pole Heavenly Emperor Yenyang Longinghuan all came together. The degree of excitement in Ink Cloud Sky was now close to the peak. In order to welcome the arrival of these supreme big shots, Ink Cloud Sky's Chonghua City opened all 4 gates and no longer set up any registration. Although it was only limited to these 3 days, these 3 days caused the population in the city to soar by 20%. It was this 20% increase in population that made Mo Tianji so worried that his hair almost turned white. Brother Jia also almost broke his legs from running around. However, the targets of the spies found here were not more than 200 people. Most of the people that harbored ill intent entered Jasper City safely, and they vanished within the boundless sea of people. Chapter 2393. On this day, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the entire world. Above dark cloud sky, there were many white clouds. The sun rose from the east and dyed the entire sky red. The white clouds turned into colorful clouds. At this moment, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out. The sound of the bell shook the entire universe. It was not just one bell, but a total of 10 large bronze bells. They rang at the same time from 10 different directions. They rang at the same time, making an extremely uniform sound. It was as if only one bell was rung. Just the first ring of the bell had already given everyone a strong feeling of shock, gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. Under the control of the experts, the bells from all directions gradually gathered towards the Heaven Zen altar. Then the legendary bell of heaven and earth rang on the Heaven Zen altar. No one took the initiative to ring it. Instead, it was the ringing of the 10 large bronze bells that caused the bell of heaven and earth to resonate. At this moment, the sound of the bell was exceptionally loud. It resounded for thousands of miles. Everyone who heard the sound of the bell felt their minds suddenly clear up and their minds return to peace. It was as if they had experienced a spiritual cleansing at this moment. Just like the sound of a bell, 81 times. After the 81 bell rings, the entire dark cloud sky suddenly fell into a sea of cheers and shouts. Countless people jumped and cheered. They were so excited that their faces turned red. Countless fresh flowers were wantonly scattered in the sky. The fragrance of the flowers filled the air. People sang and danced in the streets and alleys. At this moment, an unusually loud voice rang. Heaven, Imperial Court, Dark Cloud Sky, and Earth. Jade Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony begins now. Following this sentence, the main gate of Jade Flower Emperor Palace slowly opened. 2 groups of people walked out in 2 rows. Their armors were bright, and even the sunlight seemed to lose its color. These 2 groups of people walked out of the palace in a single file. They did not panic at all and walked silently along the way. It was as if there was no end to them. They formed 2 neat and uniform torrents of steel. They formed a wide human wall between Jade Flower Emperor Palace and the Heaven Zen altar in the distance. The 2 human walls were like 2 indestructible dams that completely stopped the torrent of people coming from the south. If one were to pay attention, they would be able to see that there were at least hundreds of thousands of people in this group, and not a single one of them was not a first-rated warrior. The distance between the Jasper Flower Emperor Palace and the Heaven Zen platform was not short. However, they reached the end of the long journey in just a few minutes. When the 2 people in front of the wall of people reached the Heaven Zen platform, the entire group stopped at the same time. In the next moment, all the members of the 2 teams simultaneously moved towards the people closest to them. Facing the torrential flow of people on both sides, each of them was like an immovable pillar, not moving at all. In front of them was an endless sea of people, and behind them was the empty road. No one dared to break through the blockade at this moment. Jasper Flower Guards, move out! Split open the sky and pave the way. The voice from before reverberated in the sky once more, and it was filled with a dignified and solemn feeling. At the same time, a smear of red suddenly appeared from the palace. That smear of red gradually expanded on the ground. It was a red carpet, and it started to meander out from the direction of the palace. It was at least 10 feet wide, and it was completely compatible with the road that was separated by the 2 human walls. It followed the road behind the Jasper Flower Guards and extended all the way out. No one moved, but this red carpet extended forward on its own, as if there was no end at all. The entire world fell into silence because of the strange situation in front of them. All the eyes that could see this strange scene followed the red carpet and extended forward, extended and extended again. It continued until the red carpet extended to the front of the Heaven Zen platform. When it came into contact with the bright yellow carpet of the road to heaven, it stopped abruptly, stepping on the red carpet that carried the hopes and wishes of all the people of Black Cloud Sky, and stepping on the position of the Black Cloud Sky Emperor. That was what it meant. Under the gaze of everyone, the bells and drums in the palace rang again, and that solemn voice said loudly, "Your Majesty, please rise!" Deafening cheers sounded. First, 100 yellow-clothed youths walked out from the left, and then 100 white-clothed youths walked out from the right. Everyone was full of energy, and was in high spirits. Then, there were countless banners that surged out from the palace. Thousands of soldiers and horses followed along the two sides of the road and moved forward quietly. Then, a golden imperial carriage finally appeared. Black cloud sky 7-star guards, 3 in the front and 4 at the back, formed a formation of the Big Dipper and surrounded the imperial carriage. In front, 8 majestic dragon beasts pulled the reins and pulled the imperial carriage forward slowly. The sunlight peeked out from the clouds and shone down. There was only a sliver of sunlight, but it always shone on the imperial carriage. Wherever the imperial carriage went, the sunlight would shine there. On the imperial carriage, there was a white jade platform. On the platform, there were 2 chairs that were set up side by side. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, who was dressed in a bright yellow robe, sat calmly on a chair. That peerless face was calm at this moment without any ripples. Handsome, confident, beautiful, steady, dignified, solemn, calm, graceful, elegant at this moment. Everyone felt that it seemed like it was not excessive to give all the praises in the world to the current black cloud sky emperor, Jasper Flower, Great Emperor. In fact, it was far from enough. There were some affectionate black cloud sky young ladies who were emotional until they cried loudly. And on the chair on the right of Xie Danqiong sat a beautiful lady in a phoenix robe. Her face was dignified, and she was a peerless beauty. Accompanying Xie Danqiong to sit here, her face showed some excitement, but it was more of happiness and touching. Everyone noticed that the right hand of the Jasper Flower Great Emperor and the left hand of this peerless beauty, who was a mother model of the world, were holding tightly from start to finish. Our noble black cloud sky emperor, our noble black cloud sky empress. The dignified and solemn voice sounded once again. At this moment, using these 2 sentences, it thoroughly ignited the entire black cloud sky's shocking atmosphere. The cheers instantly shook the entire firmament. The person in the carriage is Heavenly Emperor Black Cloud Sky Emperor Jasper Flower Great Emperor's wife. Madame May is also our Black Cloud Skies Empress May, Black Cloud Skies only Empress, a mother model of the world, and a blessing to the common people. Her Majesty Jasper Flower and Empress May were married when they were young, and they have never left each other. On the good day of the Jasper Flower Great Emperor's Ascension, she and Empress May will enjoy the glory of the world together. A loving couple is nothing more than this. The world bears witness, and everyone rejoices. That master of ceremonies' voice reverberated through the sky. Everyone cheered at this moment, practically shouting until their voices were hoarse. Countless youths looked at the handsome heavenly emperor and the beautiful empress, and they were all thinking in their hearts, "I wonder when I can do this? Or perhaps, if I were heavenly emperor Black Cloud, would I make such a decision?" Many young ladies screamed until they almost went crazy at this moment. Wasn't the scene in front of them the most dreamy scene of all the young ladies in the world? One day, they would ascend to the peak of the world hand in hand with their sweetheart, enjoying the cheers of the people side by side, facing the millions of people in the whole world, announcing their happiness and perfection, witnessing their love. This scene was the deepest dream, the most beautiful dream. That empress who was holding hands with the Jasper Flower Great Emperor at this moment was really blessed. Countless young ladies were so envious that their eyes turned red, and their hearts were broken from jealousy, but at the same time their hearts were drunk with sweetness. Madame May and Xie Danqiong sat side by side, and the happiness in her heart at this moment was really almost overflowing. It was enough for her to have this moment in her life. No matter how many hardships she had to go through for this, no matter how long she had to go through separation, no matter how much she had to bear for this, it was really enough. This scene was the most beautiful moment of all the women in the world's dream. She held Xie Danqiong's hand tightly, and she could clearly feel that she was holding the happiness of a lifetime. Madame May's entire body and mind were filled with happiness, but she didn't know that Xie Danqiong was holding his wife's hand at this moment, and his heart was also filled with many emotions. Once upon a time, I once said that I would bring you to the peak of your life, and at the moment I reach the peak, I would share the glory with you. That was the promise I made to you on our wedding night. Do you still remember? I remember. I did it. I really did it. Fortunately, I have you by my side. When we were homeless and in dire straits, you didn't leave us. When we were separated from each other and missed each other for a long time. Your thinness, your yearning, all your efforts. You have no regrets. Your persistence in everything. I know all of it, and I remember all of it. So, all my glory and glory today belong to you. Everything that belongs to me belongs to you. Today is just the beginning, and in the future, there are long days that I want to spend with you. Walk through side by side. In the future, there are even greater glories waiting for you in front. Because you are worth it. Everything that belongs to me, only you deserve to share it. Xie Danqiong felt the divine senses of the sage-level experts surrounding him. Although he knew that today was the most glorious day of his life, and that there was the danger of dying at every turn, Xie Danqiong knew that today was the most dangerous day of his life. It was very likely that before he could reach the peak of glory, he would fall into the boundless hell first. But at this moment his heart was calm, and he only felt incomparably safe and peaceful, because his brothers were all here. This chaotic divine that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from the tribulation energy of his brothers. Big Brother said before, "With my brothers by my side, I am invincible in the world." Xie Danqiong's face was calm and peaceful, and he sat steadily on the imperial chariot, moving forward slowly with the dragon beast pulling the chariot. At this moment, even if the sky falls, we can hold it up. The team moved forward slowly with the solemn music, and the sun shone brightly. They were getting closer and closer to the Heaven Zen platform. The cheers of the surrounding people were still louder and louder, and there was no sign of it slowing down. Xu Yang mixed in with the crowd and moved forward slowly with the team. He slid through the dense crowd like a fish and paid close attention to all the movements around him. Not only him, there was also Mo, Tianji, Gudaxing, Dong Wushan, GMO, Rui Batong, Ao Xian, Mo Qingguo, Zixieqing, Mo Lei Brother Hu Wangdao, and the rest of the assassins and guards, and even the divine soul of the tribulation and Tan Tan, who just came out of seclusion last night. It was the first time everyone worked together, and the first time they went all out.